All right. So, by the way, I am Professor Mary Ann Deo Gracias, no? So, I'm connected with PCCR last 4 semesters. Then I am with our, what do you call this? I'm a full-timer of a New Era University in City College of San Jose and some other schools pa. So, marami akong school na pinagtuturoan and eto nga, my line is chemistry subjects. So particularly in the criminology education is forensic chemistry and toxicology. So sa New Era, I'm also teaching in the College of Medical Technology, mga higher chemistry. All right, so we'll start with our naka-share sa inyo. Okay. So we have the introduction to forensic chem. Meron lang akong gustong i-emphasize dito sa introduction because nung binalikan ako ng mga estudyante ko, nung lumalabas yung nandoon sa intro, no? So there are some terms na akalain mong hindi lalabas dito. Alright, so we have here wait lang guys, ayusin natin lang yung ano. Okay, so dito na tayo sa, alright, so we have, gusto kong i-emphasize to, no? Because randomly, the collection of evidence is being asked in the board exam. So you all know that the person who is responsible for the examinations of physical evidence which are usually submitted to them is the forensic chemist. So who is a forensic chemist? So a forensic chemist is a professional chemist who applies forensic chemistry and forensic toxicology to the legal world by providing accurate and informed data to law enforcement, providing much needed evidence in criminal matters. So as I've said a while ago, he's the one who is the expert, no, in the field of identification of this physical evidence, no, pieces of physical evidence which are submitted to them. Now let's go to the role of the forensic chemist. Itong isang ito lang ang gusto ko i-emphasize, no? So the forensic chemist conducts field work and clandestine laboratory investigation. So yung word na clandestine na yan, lumabas ng last board exam. So if we say clandestine lab, it is a place where illegal activities are taking place. So example, let's say we have a laboratory which is designed for the production, let's say, of ethyl alcohol, only to find out that front lang nila yung production ng ethyl alcohol, pero ang pinoproduce nila is dangerous drug like shabu. So clandestine lab yan. Another one, when a place is used for, let's say, illegal or gambling, ganyan, mga illegal activities, it is still considered as a clandestine laboratory. Okay, another one. Tulad ng sinabi ko, if it is not authorized by our government, halimbawa, itong isang lab na to, they are producing regulated substances pero hindi naka-permit. So, it is still considered as a clandestine lab. Okay, so take note of that, no? So, itong mga to, the other role of the forensic chemist, given ito, so determination of gunshot range, determination of the presence of nitrate residue. So, isa-isahin na natin yan. Alright, so let's go to the 4 stages in the work of a forensic chemist. Okay, first we have the collection or reception of the specimen. So in the collection, this is actually the practical work of the investigator class. Now, there are some cases wherein it is the work of the forensic chemist to do the collection, no? Especially those evidence that requires the collection by an ideal practitioner or the forensic chemist. So just like blood, which is found in movable objects, meaning yung mga, let's say, blood stain knife, mga pwedeng i-transport from the crime scene going to the crime laboratory, hindi pwedeng pakialaman ng SOCO yung blood stain doon. Kundi, it's the role of the investigator to collect that object or that blood-stained object. Tapos bahala na si forensic chemist na mag-collect doon sa blood. Okay? So, in the collection, there should be sufficient amount of specimens. So just like para tayong nagsasubmit ng urine for urinalysis. Ano bang bilin sa atin? Ma'am, kailangan po lampas kalahati yan. So there should be enough samples so that the forensic chemist later will complete the different examinations to be employed in the identification of the said specimen. So yun yung number 2 natin, which is the actual examination of the specimen. So in the actual examination of the specimen, usually the forensic chemist starts with the very preliminary o kaya pinaka-initial na test up to the most conclusive test of examination. So mamaya i-discuss lahat natin yan. Now after the series of examinations, the third is the communication of the results of the examination. So what's the work of the forensic chemist? He has to prepare the result, no? A written result of the examination. Hindi siya pwedeng mag-testify o yung number 4, hindi siya pupunta dyan sa court appearance without the black and white or the written result of the examination. So take note, guys, of these 4 stages in the work of a forensic chemist, no? So randomly kasi yung mga ganito, no? Akalain yung hindi tinatanong, natatanong minsan sa laboratory yan. Or sa exam rather, I should say. Next, so I'll be giving, so ibigay ko kay sir nyo yung lecture notes ko dito, no? Para meron kayong ma-browse before the or sa final coaching natin, even the questions, bibigay ko sa kanya yan. O kaya sa final coaching, mag-Q&A tayo doon. Alright, so we have, ang evidence, i-skip ko na to because anyway, you will be discussing this in your criminal evidence. So mas magaling ang lawyers dyan. However, we will discuss scientific evidence. So when can we say that an evidence is a scientific one? So scientific evidence may be defined as a means sanctioned by law of ascertaining in a judicial proceeding the truth respecting a matter of fact wherein scientific knowledge is necessary. So it is an evidence based on or conforming to the principles and techniques of science. So once a scientific principle is already applied to a physical evidence and then it has proven something, it's now considered as a scientific evidence. So like for example, let's say a blood stain which is collected from the shirt of a suspect of crime. Okay? So of course, ang mga investigators i-collect yan, no? In order to prove whether that person is connected with the crime committed. So once, like for example, once it has been proven that the blood found on his or on the shirt of that suspect match with the blood of the victim, so nagiging scientific evidence siya. Why? Kasi kaya na-identify yung blood na yun because of the application of scientific principles or the application of science. So, nagiging scientific evidence na yan. So, like for example, blood grouping, blood typing, mga scientific evidence. DNA analysis, fingerprint analysis, once na na-prove na yan, it's now considered as a scientific evidence. Okay. Now, how about the physical evidence? Kasi ang forensic chem and toxicology, naglalaro yan sa physical evidence, no? So this refers to any material found in connection with an investigation. So it aids in establishing the identity of the perpetrator of the crime or the circumstances under which the crime was committed. So it will give a link between the suspect and that of the victim and the suspect to that of the crime that was committed. So, physical evidence will generally assist in the prosecution of a criminal. No? So, mayroon bang kinalaman ng taong ito? So, paano natin ma-prove na may kinalaman tong suspect na to sa nangyaring crime? So, yung physical evidence natin ang magsasabi. Okay? The next, we have the guiding principles in the collection of physical evidence. So, as I've said a while ago, there should be enough samples or enough physical evidence to be collected from the crime scene. Then, of course, in the collection, there are some techniques that should be followed, no? Or else our evidence, the pieces of evidence will become stale. Ibig sabihin, mababaliwala yung mga physical evidence na yun kung hindi tama yung collection, packing, preservation. Itatapon lang ng forensic chemist yan. Or kokonte, it's not enough to complete the series of examinations to be conducted. So, dapat enough yung samples. Marami. Okay. Then, another one is a standard for comparison. So, what is this standard specimen or standard for comparison? So, it is a known specimen that is used to compare with a question specimen. So, alam mo kung saan galing. Okay, example, we have blood of the victim and the suspect. So, you have to label that, no? Ile-label mo na galing sa victim yan. Ile-label mo na galing sa suspect yan. So, standard yun kasi alam natin kung saan nag-originate. Ngayon, yung question natin, yung galing doon sa crime scene. Because we do not know the origin of that question blood. So, question kasi hindi natin alam. Okay? So, the investigator should always collect standard specimen. This is used for comparative examination. Then we have maintenance of individuality. Halimbawa, nagkalat ang hair samples sa crime scene. No? There are some hair samples found clasped or grasped into the hands of the victim. Maring nagpang-abot or there is a struggle between the victim and the suspect. Tas nasabunutan ng victim yung suspect. So may mga naiwang buhok sa kanyang kamay. Okay. Tapos merong nagkalat na hair samples din sa crime scene. Alright. So what do you mean by this maintenance of individuality? So meaning these hair samples, no, which are found in the different areas of the crime scene should be collected and packed separately. No? This is to maintain their individuality because we do not know whether these hair samples came from one or two or more individuals. Maaaring yung ibang hair samples doon, animal hair, maaaring nandoon sa kamay ng victim is the hair of the suspect and vice versa. Kaya kailangan ng maintenance of individuality. So kung nagkalat ang blood, we have to collect and pack them separately also. Okay, the last is we have the labeling and sealing. So it's the work of the investigator, no, to label, no, to correctly label and seal their evidence. So we will discuss that later about what evidence. Kasi collection and packing of evidence is very important. May mga random din na questions about the collection. Okay? Okay, so yun lang ang gusto kong i-emphasize doon sa introduction. Now let's go to wait lang. Let's go to blood na. Okay, so share. Okay, so the very first topic, no, that we're going to discuss is about blood and blood stains. So this is one of the most important physical evidence which is usually collected in crime scenes. No? Nangyari, bakit tayo? Ayan. All right, so what is blood? No? So blood is defined as the circulating tissue of the body. So we all know that blood, no, flows everywhere in the different parts of our body. So it is referred to as a highly complex mixture of cells, enzymes, proteins, and inorganic substances. It is a red fluid of the blood vessel. So blood is opaque, no? Meaning it does not allow light to pass through it. So, ibig sabihin nun, pag tinapat daw natin siya sa light, no, light cannot pass through kasi nga yung color niya is red, no. But once we add other reagents, no, liquids, some other liquids like ether, we have water, it assumes a lake color o magiging lighter na yung color niya. So its normal pH is between 7.35 to 7.45. What does this mean? No, that means that blood is faintly alkaline in nature. No, so basic siya. So dalawa lang naman yan eh, acidic or alkaline. So pag acidic ang dugo natin, abnormal yon, no? Something is wrong with our system pag naging acidic ang blood natin. So pag nag-below 7 yan, 6.35, ganyan, acidic na yung blood. Ang neutral kasi is 7. So slightly alkaline lang siya, which is 7.45 to 7.45. Hindi rin pwede magtaas masyado yan, maging 9. Kasi 7.1 to 14 is alkaline yung isang substance. 1 to 6.59, acidic naman yun. Eksaktong 7, neutral yan. Like pure water. All right. Next, we have the components of blood. So there are two general components or composition of blood. So we have 45% formed elements, and then 55% is the plasma, which is the liquid portion. Okay. So the solid materials consist of the red blood cells, or they are referred as erythrocytes. So anong function ng erythrocytes? So these are our oxygen carrier. No? The red blood cells contain hemoglobin, which act as oxygen carrier. Ang white blood cells naman natin, these are our fighters. No? So these are the soldiers of our immune system. So they protect us from viruses, from diseases. Ayan. How about blood platelets or the thrombocytes? So the blood platelets are the ones that prevents clotting of the blood para hindi mamuo yung blood, especially pagka may sugat ang isang tao. Okay? Para hindi magkaroon ng blood hemorrhage. So that's the work of the blood platelets. Then we have, of course, the liquid portion, which is a plasma. So it consists of 90% water, and then 10% are solid protein bodies like fibrinogen, mga choline, mga lecithin, mga ganyan. Okay. Now, we have to differentiate between plasma and the serum. So ano kaibahan? Kasi parehas yan yellow liquid. But when can we produce the serum? So in a forensic point of view, what we need is the red blood cells and the serum. Okay, so what is serum? Serum is a straw yellow liquid form when clotted blood is allowed to stand for some time and the blood contracts. So, mamumuo ang blood dyan. No? So, mamumuo ang blood. Now, may hihiwalay na liquid portion. Yung ang tawag doon is serum. Ang plasma naman is a product of unclotted blood. So, meaning, hindi namuo ang blood sa plasma. But if we're going to allow to stand that solution, limbawa, nakalagay sa test tube ang blood. Then we allow it to stand for some time. Patitiningin natin yung blood. Okay. So magse-settle down yung mga solid particles. Doon sa ibabaw ng test tube, may liquid doon. Ang tawag doon plasma. So hindi nag-clot ang dugo dyan sa plasma. Serum is from clotted blood. Then plasma is from unclotted blood. So bakit hindi nag-clot yung blood? Nilagyan na ng, let's say, ng investigators ng preservative yan to prevent it from clotting. Okay. Next, we have the problems in the study of blood. Diretso na tayo. Let's go to the possible condition of blood, which are usually collected from crime scenes. So there are some cases wherein what are collected class or what is collected is still in the form of fluid blood or liquid blood pa lang yan. Okay? So fluid blood can be collected from victims of violent crimes. Siyempre, victims of violent crimes and so with the suspect. What else? Parents and child in case of disputed parentage. Anong ibig sabihin ng disputed parentage? Example, let's say a woman filed a case against the father of the alleged father of her child. So kinasuhan niya yung tatay ng bata kasi nanghihingi siya ng sustento, hindi nagbibigay ng sustento yung tatay, no? Kasi kine-claim ng tatay hindi siya yung tatay ng bata, hindi ako ang tatay niyan, marami kami naging boyfriend niyan, gano'n, no? So this is disputed parentage. Now in order to establish the real identity of the father of the child, no? So the blood samples coming from the child and that of the alleged father will be submitted for blood grouping and of course DNA analysis. Okay, for comparative analysis yan. Okay, how about stains, no? So kalimitan ang nako-collect natin sa crime scene are blood stains. So we have specific methods of collecting blood stains in the crime scene in different conditions. Okay, number one. So, halimbawa, ang blood ay nasa floor. Cemented floor yan na or wooden floor. So, tabletops, walls, immovable objects. Yung hindi pwedeng kuhanin ng mga objects. So, what is the method of collecting these blood stains? Number one na take note. They are done by scraping. I-scrape yung blood samples, no? So, stain na yan eh, natuyo na yung stain. So, the proper collection of this, sa number one is by scraping. How will you scrape that? So, we use razor blade or a clean knife. Then, we have to loosen the blood stains. Tapos, ilalagay natin siya sa bond paper. Okay, so that's how it is being collected. Then, how about number two? We have hard surfaces like axe, hammer, knives, stones, crowbars. Okay, so since these are movable objects, it's now the role of the forensic chemist to collect those objects. So siya mismo, yung investigator, yung mismo magko-collect dyan sa hammer. Kaya halimbawa hammer yan, halimbawa knife yan. So blood-stained knife, which is found in the possession, let's say, of the suspect. So patutuyuin muna yan. Then after that, he has to o tie a string tag bearing the case information, but dapat may complete na label yan. Then to be placed inside a paper bag. No? So yung number 2 natin, number 4 natin, the ideal container for those, the blood-stained clothing, pati yung mga objects sa number 2 is paper bag. Why? No? We cannot use, or it's not advisable to use plastic bag or yung Ziploc, guys, no? To prevent formation of moisture. Okay? Hindi dapat makulob. So, hindi tayo pwedeng gumamit ng plastic as container, plastic bag as container for this blood-stained clothing, then those objects in number 2 to prevent formation of moisture. Kasi, pag nag-moist yan, eventually, no, this will be attacked by bacteria. Okay, so number 2, number 4, they have to be completely air-dried again before packing in order to prevent the attack of bacteria. Okay? Air-dry lang, hindi sila pwedeng isan-dry o kaya patuyuin sa araw. Why? The heat of the sun will destroy the different components of the blood. So, anong gagawin ng investigator? Patutuyuin niya lang dyan sa isang tabi or pahanginan niya lang sa matuyo. And then this is the time they has to place it, no, in a paper bag. Okay, so tingnan niyo lahat to ha, kasi these are some tricky questions also sa collection. Tinatanong ang collection talaga sa forensic chem, sa board exam. Then number 3, so number 1, that's done by scraping, kakaskasin yung yung blood. How about number 3? So number 3 includes, ito yung mga makikintab na surfaces. Glass, tiles, and then automobiles. Simbawa, may blood sa mga sasakyan. Nangyari yung crime sa sasakyan. Okay, what's the method of collecting this one? So this is done by swabbing. No, we use cotton moistened with saline solution. Saline, S-A-L-I-N-E. That's saline solution. No, moistened with saline solution. Then you just swab it. Then air dry, place them in a white mailing envelope. Okay, so yan yung proper collection nito mga blood stains na to, no? Halimbawa, they are found in different conditions. So number 1, scraping yan. Yung mga tiles, mga glass, ganyan, that's done by swabbing. All right, next. We have the examinations of blood. So there are 4 chronological, meaning step by step, no? So this is done step by step. 4 chronological tests for blood. So we have preliminary, we have confirmatory, we have precipitin, and then we have the blood grouping. So the forensic chemist should start with a very preliminary, no? That is to determine whether stains collected, whether the stain collected is blood or another substance, no? Blood ba yan o hindi? Is it an alleged blood? So the forensic chemist should perform the preliminary test. Now, in order to establish the identity of that substance that gave positive result in the preliminary, punta siya sa confirmatory. So from the word confirm, i-confirm ngayon ng forensic chemist kung yung nag-positive doon sa preliminary ay totoong blood. Okay. So once it has been confirmed that it is blood or it's really blood, the next is to determine whether the blood is of human or animal origin. Now, kung human blood yan, the next question is whose blood is that? So the chemist should perform the blood grouping and the blood typing test. Okay, so isa-isahin na naman natin to. Now, we have 5 preliminary tests for blood. Dami nyo pala, 80 plus. Okay, so we have Benzidine, we have phenolphthalein or the Kastle-Meyer test, Guaya, Van Dines or the Days-Conbanes test, we have the leucomalachite green test, and then we have the luminal test. Okay, so isa-isahin natin to. So these are, remember, these are the 5 preliminary tests for blood. So let's start with Benzidine. So Benzidine has been the most commonly used preliminary test for blood. So napakadaling gawin itong Benzidine test na to, guys, no? So, the forensic chemist will need a clean bond paper. Tapos, halimbawa, ang submitted na specimen is blood-stained clothing. So, magka-cut, no? The chemist will cut a small portion of the blood-stained cloth, then place it on top of a clean bond paper. He has to add 1 drop of hydrogen peroxide and 1 drop of the benzidine reagent. What's the positive result? It is an intense blue color that is produced immediately. Ano yung intense blue color? Navy blue or dark blue color. However, bakit tinawag na preliminary or is just considered as a preliminary test? There are some limitations of the test, no? Benzidine test is not a specific test for blood. Positive results may be obtained from substances such as sputum, pus, nasal secretions, plant juices, formalin, clay, and gum. Anong ibig sabihin nito? Pag dinagdagan natin ng hydrogen peroxide at benzidine reagent, itong mga substances na to, they will give the same positive result as that of blood. Kaya tinawag siyang preliminary kasi may kaparehas siya ng result. Magbo-blue color lahat to. So by the way, what do you mean by sputum? Sputum is dura, guys. Pus is nana. Alam niyo yung nagnanana na sugat, yun yan. Because of course, alam niyo na lahat yung iba. Sputum is dura, pus is nana. Okay? Kaya siya considered na preliminary test kasi may kaparehas ang blood na positive result. Alright, number 2, we have the phenolphthalein test. So same procedure as that of how the benzidine test is done. So patak lang, the alleged blood stain, then the chemist will add 1 drop hydrogen peroxide, 1 drop of phenolphthalein reagent. By the way, phenolphthalein test is also known as Kastle-Meyer test. Okay? So its positive result is a rose color or deep pink color or permanganate color. Katulad ng color nitong ating, what do you call this? The PowerPoint. Ganyan ang kulay. O kaya yung kulay ng background ng, ng Chaps. Ayan. Limitation. So, bakit preliminary ang phenolphthalein? So there are also some substances that give the same positive result as that of blood. So meaning, tulad ng copper salts, potatoes, horseradish, pag pinatakan natin yan ng hydrogen peroxide at phenolphthalein reagent, kaparehas na deep pink color ang positive result. Okay? Ano yung horseradish? Horseradish is the English term of malunggay. Sa copper salts, example niyan, yung vitamins para sa blood ng mga taong anemic yan. Like copper sulfate, ganyan, copper chloride. Then malunggay, patatas. Ayan yung mga positive results din ng phenolphthalein test. Then we have Guaya. So, direct addition again of guaiac reagent and hydrogen peroxide to a suspected blood stain. Okay, what's the color? Positive reaction that will come out after adding the reagents. Beautiful blue color, meaning that's a bright blue color or royal blue. Yan ang positive result ng guaiac. Limitation, we have saliva, pus, bile. Bile is abdo. Yung sinisikret na abdo natin. Then milk, rust, iron salts, cheese, gluten, potatoes, perspiration, and other oxidizing agents. Ito, parehas din ng positive result ng blood. So gluten, by the way, is an ingredient used in baking products. Ginagamit ng mga baker yan. Okay, so these are the limitations of the guaiac, meaning these are also some substances that will give the same positive result as blood, which is why guaiac test or Van Dien's or the Days-Conbain's test is also considered as a preliminary. So it's just an initial way of identifying whether a stain collected is blood or not. Then number 4, another color test is with the leucomalachite green test. So direct addition again of the malachite solution into a blood stain. Then the positive result is a malachite green or bluish green color, kulay lumot. Ang positive result ng leukomalachite green test. Alright. Napapansin nyo, wala siyang limitation. So, bakit walang limitation? Wala akong mahanap na limitation yan. No? When I did the book for forensic chemistry, when I authored that book for forensic chemistry and toxicology, wala akong makitang limitation sa research ko. No? So, why is it that leukomalachite green test is considered as a preliminary? Because it's just a color test. So, sa chemistry kasi, guys, no? Pag color test pa lang yan, it's just considered as a preliminary. Even in identification of drugs, pag color test yan, preliminary lang yan. So the same is true with the leukomalachite green test. Okay? Now, what's the principle involved in the 4 preliminary? Remember, 5 yan. Pero yung 4, the 4 preliminary tests are utilizing the oxidation principle. So this is the principle involved in the 4 preliminary tests for blood. Oxidation, meaning there is addition of oxygen from the word oxy. So addition of oxygen into the reagents, no? Kasi yung mga pinatak na chemicals doon sa alleged blood stain natin, puro reduced form. They are in their colorless form, no? So once the stain is blood, no? The peroxidase, which is present in the hemoglobin of the blood, will oxidize those reduced form of the compounds by peroxide. No? Peroxidase is an enzyme found in the hemoglobin of the blood that act as oxygen carrier. So saan manggagaling yung oxygen? Doon sa hydrogen peroxide. Remember, habang dinidiscuss ko yung 4 na test, nagdadagdag ako ng hydrogen peroxide bukod doon sa chemical. No? It is now the source of the oxygen. Hydrogen peroxide, maraming oxygen yan. So kailangan, para mag-oxidize yung chemicals na pinatak natin, may oxygen. Okay? So sino yung magre-react doon sa oxygen, doon sa test reagent natin, doon sa chemicals natin? The peroxidase, which is present in the hemoglobin of the blood. Kasi kung walang hemoglobin yan, kung walang peroxidase yan, walang oxidation na mangyari, walang color formation na mangyayari. Okay, next. The last preliminary is we have the luminal. This is very common class, no? Mahilig ako manood ng K-drama. Lagi ko nakikita itong mga, at saka mga movies. Lagi ko nakikita itong luminal test na to. They do this even if it is a preliminary test. What's the purpose? That is to determine whether blood is present in the crime scene or not. How is it done? That area suspected to contain blood is to be darkened first. Padidilimin mo na yung lugar, and then they have to spray luminal reagent. No? What's the positive result? Liliwanag yung part na in-sprayan ng luminal reagent. So emission of light after spraying the area suspected to contain blood. Okay. However, we have the limitation also of the luminal test. Luminal is known to destroy many important blood factors necessary for the forensic characterization of blood. So meaning, pagka-spray ng luminal reagent doon sa blood, masisira siya. No? So the test will stop there. No, it will just answer the question, is there blood there? Is blood positive in that area or not? Hindi na pwedeng i-submit, guys, ng investigator yung blood na yon once na na-sprayan mo ng luminol. Which is why luminol test is considered as a preliminary test for blood. Kasi sira ang blood dyan. So maghahanap ngayon ng ibang blood sample yung mga investigators. They have to submit a different, pero of course, galing doon sa crime scene. Okay? So those are the 5 preliminary tests for blood. Again, those are the Benzidine. We have the phenolphthalein or the Castle-Meyer test. We have the Guaya or Van Dines or the Days-Conbanes test. We Well, the fourth is the leukomalachite green test, and then the fifth is luminal test. And then what's the principle involved? Oxidation. What substance in the hemoglobin of the blood that acts as oxygen carrier? It is the peroxidase. Okay. So, ayan yung preliminary test for blood natin. Next, we have the confirmatory. So, pag nag-positive yung blood doon sa preliminary, the next stage the chemist will do is to confirm the test. No? Confirm whether that blood or that alleged blood is really blood or that stain is really blood. And we have, ayan, confirmatory test is used to establish definitely that the stain is real blood. So, hindi enough yung preliminary because of the limitations. Kailangan mo i-confirm yan. So, confirmatory test establishes the presence of hemoglobin that confirms that the stain is really blood. All right. And again, there are three confirmatory tests for blood. We have microscopic, we have microchemical, and then we have spectroscopic. Kahit alin dito sa tatlo ang pwedeng mag-confirm kung yung nag-positive doon sa preliminary ay totoong blood. Alright, what's the purpose of microscopic? So microscopic test is useful for the demonstration and mensuration of blood corpuscles for making the distinction between mammalian, avian, piscine, and reptilian blood. So meaning, the microscopic examination can distinguish if the red blood cells are from mammals. So what are the mammals? These are the childbearing animals. So human beings are included here. Avian, ano yung mga avian? These are the birds, yung mga balahibo. Piscine are the fishes. Then reptiles, of course. No, alam nyo na yan. Then for the investigation of menstrual, local, and nasal charges. So kailangan ma-identify din kung galing sa menstruation o kaya galing sa sugat. Local is wounds. And then we have the nasal charges. Paging tubigan. All right. So here is the difference between the red blood cells of humans with that of animals or other animals. Okay, so what's the difference? As to size, di ba? Napansin niyo yung size ng red blood cells ng human beings as compared to the red blood cells of the animals. Okay, what else? Their shape. Di ba? Nakita niyo yung shape? Okay, shape niya. So oval. Okay, circular sa human beings. So most of the red blood cells of animals are oval in shape. And then they are nucleated. So nakita nyo may itim sa gitna, nucleus yan. No? Then the human red blood cells are non-nucleated. So meaning walang nucleus. Okay, so see the difference between the red blood cells of human and that of the animals. So nucleated, oval, then larger in shape. Yan, ang larger in size, I should say. Ang sa animals, human beings, smaller in size, circular, and then non-nucleated, meaning walang nucleus yan. Pati na makauwi. Masara mo. Okay, next. Bakit ayaw? Next test is we have the microchemical or microcrystalline test. So there are two microchemical. Pag sinabing microchemical, this is a combination of microscopic and of course chemicals. No? So we have first is the hemochromogen crystal or Takayama test. So how is it done? So again, yung ginamit na blood stain cloth, doon manggagaling pa rin kasi ipuprove nga natin kung totoong blood yun o hindi. No? So again, the chemist will cut another portion of the blood stain clothing. Then transfer it into a glass slide. Yung partner na microscope. No? Then he has to dissolve the stain using saline solution. Okay, tapos tatanggalin yung clothing. So what will be left in the microscope slide is the blood solution. Then this will be treated with the Takayama reagent. So yun yung reagent na ipapatak, then heated using a low flame to make the reaction faster or to hasten the reaction of the reagent to that of the blood. Okay, and then viewed under the microscope. Then what's the positive result? So there is a formation of what we call hemochromogen crystals. Now, these are large rhombic crystals of a salmon pink color arranged in clusters or sheaves that appear within 6 minutes. Okay, sheaves means kumpol-kumpol na salmon pink color. So anong tawag? It's the hemochromogen crystals. No? So makikita lang natin yung hemochromogen if the stain is really blood because of the presence of hemoglobin. Ano itsura? So ganyan na itsura. So they are arranged in clusters or sheaves. So these are the hemochromogen crystals. The number 2, we have the Takeman-Haming test. So still, this is a microchemical test. So the same procedure as that of how the blood is collected, from the cloth. And then what is added here is acetone. Okay, papatakan ng chemist ng acetone yung blood. Then after that, it is observed under the microscope. And what is the positive result? So there is a formation of dark brown rhombic crystals of hematine chloride. So hematine chloride, ang positive result ng Takeman-Haming test. Ano itsura? O ganyan na makikita sa microscopic field pagka really blood yung tinetest ng chemist. Okay. Then the third is we have the spectroscopic. So this is the third, my third confirmatory test for blood. So spectroscopic, so meaning this is an instrumental method, no? So it's considered as the most delicate and reliable test for the determination of the presence of blood in both old and recent stains. So this test is performed by means of an optical instrument known as a spectroscope. So the word spectroscope means from the word spectrum. So pag sinabi natin spectrum, light yan. They are visible light, which will be observed, no? Once, let's say, what we are examining is blood. So example, let's say, ang nakita doon sa stain is the presence of oxyhemoglobin. Anong positive result niyan sa spectroscope? There will be some orange-red, no, spectrum of light, no, which is visible in the spectroscopic field. Okay, pag nakita ng chemist na may mga orange-red na bands yan, color bands, meaning blood talaga yung tinetest niya. Okay? So, na-confirm na blood yung ating stain. Was the next? Okay. Excuse me. Next is to determine whether that blood is human or animal origin. So this is called precipitin test. No? The standard test used to determine whether the blood is of human or animal origin. What's the positive result? Now, kailan daw natin malalaman na yan ay human blood? So the positive result, guys, is a white cloudy line or ring at the contact points of the fluids that appears immediately or within 1 or 2 minutes. Ma'am, anong itsura niyan? So, ganito. Okay, so let's take up this one. Ito yung test tube natin. So, lagi kong pinapagawa sa mga estudyante ko to. So, ito, lalagyan ko ng precipitin reagent. So, yung nasa ilalim, precipitin reagent yan. Ngayon, ang binuhos ko dito, yung nasa ibabaw, is human blood. Okay? So, ano yung positive result? Itong white precipitate, which is found at the zone of contact of the two liquids. Okay? Ma'am, tanong, pag animal blood ba yan, may makikita tayong white precipitate? The answer is no. Okay? So that makes the difference between the human blood and animal blood. So only human blood will give this white precipitate. Ano ibig sabihin precipitate? Solid yun. So may mamumuong solid dito in between the two liquids. So remember, ito, precipitin reagent, ito yung chemical na pantest. So all I have to do is to add the human blood. So kaya nagkaroon ng white precipitate yan. Pag binuhusan ko to ng animal blood, wala tayong makikita white precipitate. Okay? Next, we have the limitation of precipitin test. So what's the limitation? The precipitin reacts not only with blood proteins, but also with other body proteins such as saliva, semen, mucus, and other body fluids. So especially if the person is referred as a secretor. So i-discuss natin si secretor pagdating natin sa semen and seminal states. No? So, pero walang problema sa number 1 limitation. Bakit? Kasi before the forensic chemist will proceed to the precipitin test, nagawa na niya yung preliminary pati yung confirmatory. So walang magiging problema dyan. No? So na-identify na niya na blood talaga yung tinetest niya. Yung number 2 and number 3, these are there are some cases wherein nagne-negative talaga yan even if it is blood. Kaya halimbawa, ang crime scene natin ay paggawaan ng alcohol, paggawaan ng formalin. May blood, may human blood, may blood na victim doon. Kasi lang, natapunan ng acid. Magre-react ba sa precipitin yan? Hindi. Okay, sisirain ng asido, sisirain ng alcohol yung precipitin reaction. Okay. Then number 3, so same way with heat. Heat has the same effect also. So meaning, kung ang crime scene natin ay sa bakanteng lote, tapos hindi agad na-discover ng mga investigators yung crime scene, no? Naarawan na't lahat-lahat maghapon naarawan yung blood doon. No, we can no longer use this in conducting the precipitin test. No? Sira na siya. Sinira ng heat. Remember, doon sa collection natin, should not be allowed to dry by heat because the heat destroys the different components of the blood. Okay? So, human blood. It has been proven that it is human blood. Ano next? Next question is, whose blood is that? Kaninong dugo yun? Okay, so, we are going to employ the blood grouping and the blood typing. So, blood grouping and blood testing. There are 4 blood groups, class. So, take note ha, kasi nung nag-review ako ng Sunday, pagkakalam nyo dito, or guys na to, in a forensic point of view, guys, or in the criminalistic standpoint, these are blood groups. In the medical point of view, they are considered as type A, type B, type AB, type O. Sa atin, hindi dapat. These are the blood group. Group A, Group B, Group AB, and Group O. Okay? Blood group is different from blood type. There are 3 blood types, type M, type N, and type MN. Take note of that, ha? Nung nag-review ako ng Sunday, hindi nila alam din yan. Mamang tinuro sa amin, type A, type B, type B, type O. Hindi. Okay, so you have to term this as Group A, Group B, AB, and O. So Group O is referred to as the universal donor, meaning sobrang dami kasi ng may Group O. No? Universal yan. Ang Group AB is universal recipient o kaya it's known as royal blood. Okay, kasi bibihira ang taong may Group AB. Okay. So, how is the blood grouping known? Or what are, ano ba tanong ko? How were this discovered? So, the blood group or the 4 blood groups was discovered by Landsteiner. No? So, early 19th century yan. No? So, I was able to discover that there are 4 blood groups, no, depending on the absence or presence of what we call antigens and agglutinins or antibodies. So what are antigens? Antigens are characteristic chemical structures or principles found in each surface of the red blood cells that simulates the production of agglutinins. And we have 2 types. We have antigen A, then we have antigen B. Tapos ang serum natin, remember yung serum? Serum is from clotted blood, no? So this contains proteins or principles known as antibodies or agglutinins, which cause agglutination or clumping of the red blood cells. So agglutination means the clumping or the grouping of the red blood cells. And there are two antibodies. We have anti-A and then we have anti-B. All right. So how do we identify the blood group of a particular individual? So this is our summary. So if the blood group of an individual is A, the antigen present in her or his red blood cells is A, then his serum contains anti-B. Okay? Pag blood group B naman, ang meron sa dugo niya is antigen B, tapos ang kanyang serum ang meron anti-A. Pag blood group AB ang isang tao, no, parehas may antigen A and antigen B ang kanyang red blood cells, wala siyang antibodies. Wala siyang anti-A, wala siyang anti-B. Pag blood group O naman ng isang tao, meron siyang antibodies, both anti-A and anti-B meron, pero wala siyang antigen A, wala siyang antigen B. Okay? Now, how do we identify the blood groups? Okay, so we have two techniques here. So we use the direct technique if what is to be grouped is fresh blood. Okay, so blood grouping of fresh blood is done by direct method. So what do you mean by that direct method? Kung saan positive yung fresh blood, no? So let's say we have two slides, no? Yung isa, same yung pinanggalingan. Halimbawa, blood ko, no? I put my blood in two separate slides. Yung unang slide, lalagyan ko ng anti-A. Yung pangalawang slide, papatakan ko ng anti-B. Magpa-positive siya sa anti-B, negative sa anti-A. My blood group is B. O, kita niyo nga? So, if it is positive with anti-A, negative with anti-B, the blood group is A. Pag ang blood group ay B, magpa-positive siya sa anti-B but not with anti-A. If the blood group is AB, both will give the same positive with anti-A and anti-B. Pag blood group O naman yan, parehas negative. Ma'am, anong itsura niyan? Okay. So, tingnan natin ha. Sana ma-share ko itong itong whiteboard ko sa inyo. Wait lang. Alright, so we have the direct, then we have the indirect method. Stop muna ako na mag-sharing. Okay, so what I'm going to share is my whiteboard. Nakikita niyo yung whiteboard, guys? May nakikita kayo whiteboard? Hello? May nakikita kayo whiteboard? Sana yung pangsulat ng whiteboard natin. Okay, so we have anti-A. Ayan. Let's say we have human blood. Bakit wala? Human. Okay, black. Okay. So let's say we have fresh blood. Okay. Plus anti-A. So sa kabila, another fresh blood plus anti-B. Halimbawa, nasa, ano yan, nasa slides yan. So I have 2 slides. Sorry sa drawing ha. Kunyari ito. So pag ang nakita natin is there is clumping. So kumpol-kumpol yung red blood cells ng ganyan. Okay, ganun din dito. So I mark this positive. Tapos ito positive din. So if the blood is positive with anti-A, then positive with anti-B, the blood group is AB. Okay, yan na makikita natin sa microscope or even using our naked eye. Ngayon, halimbawa, we have another two slides from another or from different individual. So pag ito, nag-positive dito, sa anti-A pa rin to ha, nag-positive dito, tapos dito, negative. Okay, hiwa-hiwala yung red blood cells. So we mark this negative, tapos ito positive. Okay, this is group A. Okay, kung saan siya magpa-positive yung blood group niya. So we use this when the blood is fresh, I should say, no? So fresh blood, yeah. Now how about dried blood or blood in the form of stains? Okay, so stop. All right, so we have here okay. This time, this is blood grouping of dried blood. So what's the technique used? We have absorption elution technique or indirect technique. So why indirect technique? Because we can no longer use the direct technique. No? What is to be grouped here is already the serum. Okay? So the chemist will just, what do you call this? Soak. Okay, ibabad niya overnight yung blood stain. Then after that, he will just add it to a known A cell. So meron tayong tinatawag na A cells, no? May naka-prepare na A cells ang mga chemist sa lab. And then he has to add A cells plus anti-A, lalagyan niya ng blood stain. Tapos yung kabila, B cells plus anti-B plus blood stain. Now, bakit siya indirect technique? So, if the A cells and the blood stain gave positive, or if the blood stain rather gave positive with A cells plus anti-A and negative with B cells plus anti-B, the blood group is group B. Remember, ang ginugroup dito is the serum, no? So yung ating third kanina, so kung ang blood group natin ay A, no? Ang serum natin ay B. Kaya nag-positive siya ngayon doon sa B. Okay? So ayan. So magpa-positive siya sa B kasi what is group is the serum. Okay, kung blood group A yan, no, magpa-positive siya sa group B kasi serum yan. If the blood group is O, both will give positive. Naalala nyo yung kung ang blood group ng isang tao ay group O, ang meron sa dugo niya ay anti-A and anti-B. Kaya nag-positive yan. Okay? And then, ayan nga, antibody present, anti-A and anti-B, kaya positive yan. If the blood group is O, or AB rather, no? So since blood group AB has no anti-A and anti-B, magne-negative yan. Okay, basta ang tanda nyo dyan, pag indirect technique, kung saan siya negative, it's the opposite of the direct technique lang. Kung saan siya negative, yun na magiging blood group niya. Blood stain yun ha. So, take note guys, tingnan nyo yung mga case study, pagka naka-encounter kayo ng mga statement, let's say, the stain found on the shirt of the suspect is positive with A cells but not with B cells. So, stain na naka-indicate doon. So, you have to apply the indirect technique. Pero kung ang statement ay the red blood cells of the victim, meaning, ano yun? Fresh na blood yun. So, depende naman sa pagkakaintindi nyo sa question. Okay? Next, we have the inheritance. Blood typing muna tayo. Okay, so as I've said earlier, there are 3 blood types. So iba yung blood group sa blood type. There are 2 new agglutinogens or antigens in the human red blood cells, which defines 3 blood types, namely type M, type N, type Mn. So, class, this is very useful in the application of the direct technique, no? So, it's applicable to direct technique. So, kung saan siya positive ulit, yun yung blood type niya. So, we have whole blood plus anti-M. Pag nag-positive yan sa anti-M, negative sa anti-N, the blood type is M. Pag positive naman sa anti-N, negative sa M, blood type is N. If both are positive on anti-M, anti-N, type MN siya. So, wala tayong parehas negative kasi 3 lang naman yung blood type natin. Okay? Then we have the inheritance of blood. So, ano yung inheritance of blood? That is okay, we apply the knowledge of the law of genetics, and it makes us easier to understand the principle involved in the inheritance of blood. So meaning, how blood is being transferred from parents going to their children or their offspring. Okay, so the inheritance of blood groups are predetermined by the presence and absence of 2 factors or genes called gene A and gene B. So ito na yung X and Y na chromosome natin, no? And they are always in pair or they come in pair. So gene is a complex chemical units in the chromosomes by which hereditary characters are transmitted. So paano natin malalaman yung blood group ng mga bata based on the given blood group of their parents? So ito siya, no? So if the parents, let's say, yung nasa left side are the father. Okay, ito yung mother. Limbawa, these are the parents, pair ng parent. So pag O yan, no, if both the father and the mother are with blood group O, so syempre, the blood group of their children is O only. Hindi pwede magkaroon ng AB yan. AB. If the blood group of the father is O, then the mother is A. So the possible blood groups of their children may be O or A. So hindi sila pwede magkaroon ng anak na may blood group B or AB. Okay, so how are these attained, class? So ito, by crisscross method yan. No? So i-prepare nyo lang lagi ito para makuha nyo yung mga possible children ng mga anak. Okay, so next, tapos na tayo dyan. Let's go to semen. Saan si semen? Okay, another important physical evidence usually collected in crime scenes is we have semen and seminal stains Okay. Okay, so semen is very important in, or the examination of semen rather, and seminal stain is an important part in the routine investigation of sexual offenses like rape, adultery, sodomy, bestiality, sexual homicide. So, ano yung sodomy? So, both male. Bestiality is sex to animals. O, yan yan. Okay. So, what is semen? So, semen is a viscid whitish fluid of the male reproductive tract consisting of the spermatozoa suspended in the secretion of accessory glands. Okay. So, meaning, ang may semen lang, mga lalaki. So, meron sa mga babae, egg cell. Take note. Now, there are different parts of semen. We have the spermatozoa, or this is the sperm cell, guys. No? This is the most important part of semen. Why? It is the one which is responsible for reproduction. Ito yung nag-unite sa egg cell para mag-cause ng reproduction. Then we have the seminal fluid, we have epithelial cells, and then crystals of choline and lecithin. So these are protein bodies. So we have the normal quantity of seminal fluid per single ejaculation, which is between 2 cc to 6 cc. Now, which contains 400 to 500 million spermatozoa in a single release. So, bawat release ng isang male ng semen, no, which is ganyan lang kakonte sa test tube, is already containing around 400 to 500 million spermatozoa if that is coming from a healthy young man. Okay, except for some cases. So there are some cases wherein ejaculation has no spermatozoa. Okay, first, we have males suffering from what we call aspermia. So ano yung aspermia? It is a condition wherein males have no spermatozoa at all in their seminal fluid, so mga baog. So may nire-release silang fluid pero walang sperm cell. So mga baog yon. Then number 2, males suffering from what we call oligospermia. So oligospermia is a condition wherein males have abnormally low sperm count or with few spermatozoa. So hindi umabot ng 400 to 500 million ang sperm cell nila bawat release. No? So oligospermia yan, which is or which can be acquired. So pwedeng ma-acquire ang oligospermia. So this is dependent on the lifestyle of the male group. Okay. Ano yung nagpapababa ng ating sperm count? We have excessive sexual intercourse. Okay. No pa, alcoholism, and then drugs. Ayan ang mga nagpapababa ng sperm cell ng isang lalaki. Okay. Or yung laging may STD, the sexually transmitted diseases. Okay, so depende nga sa lifestyle yan. Okay, next we have the forensic characterization of semen. So a large number of criminal cases handled by a forensic lab often involve sexual offenses, making it necessary to examine exhibits for the presence of seminal stains. The forensic examination of semen follows a two-step process, which includes location of the semen and conduct tests to prove the identity of the one who produced it. Okay, so we have the collection and then we have the examination. Okay, paano kino-collect ang semen? And where do these investigators usually locate them? So semen can be found fresh in the vaginal or rectal contents of the victim. So paano pag merong ganyan? So if it is enough for the investigators to collect it, pwedeng dropper yan. Kung marami masyado, no? Then place it in a small vial. Or if not, no? And then preserve with a 10% solution of formalin. So, ang preservative ng semen, guys, is formalin, 10% solution. Alright. Now, kung hindi kayang hindi kayang i-dropper, so this is done by swabbing. So, cotton moistened with saline solution, then swab it on the private parts of the victim. Ayan. Then place it inside a vial also. Okay? And then, how about if it is in the stain or in the form of stain? So, semen can also be found as dried secretion or condition on the skin and hair around the genitals. Can also be found as dry stain on underclothing and bed clothing. Mga bed sheets, mga underwear, pillowcases, mga ganyan. Okay, so those are the possible location of semen when it's already dry. Right. Now, next, we have the collection. So, anong proper collection ang dapat i-employ doon sa mga semen na yan? So, the seizure of the apparel must be done as soon as possible. So, in packing a clothing worn by the victim, there should be no friction between the apparel and the stain. Stain na yan, ha? So, sabi dyan, hindi daw dapat kumaskas yung stain doon sa clothing. So, how is it done? Okay, bakit hindi dapat magkaroon ng friction? Kasi when semen is in its dry condition, it is already brittle. So, pag kumaskas pa, yung stain doon sa clothing, malalaglag yan. No? So, mawawala yung seminal stain. So, what is the ideal method of collecting it? So, it should be thoroughly dried before packing. Semen should not be rolled in transit. So, ano yung proper technique ng collection kung hindi pwedeng ganyan? So, it should be sandwiched in between two pieces of cardboard. So, kailangan ng investigator ng cardboard. Doon niya isa-sandwich yung cloth na natuyo na. So, it should be completely air-dried before packing again in order to prevent the attack of bacteria that can digest the protein contents. So, kailangan diba, tela, halimbawa, tela, tas naka-sandwich yan sa dalawang cardboard. Then you're going to tie it para kang nagtali ng, what do you call this, gift. No, ganon. So, itatali mo, no, para magdikit yung cardboard, itatali yan. Di pwedeng i-scotch tape kasi makukulob yung clothing doon sa loob ng dalawang cardboard. So, it should be tied only. And then place it in a paper bag further. Okay, tapos merong case information. Okay, so fluid semen, nabanggit ko na yan, should be placed in a clean test tube and then preserved with a few drops of 10% solution of formalin, especially during hot weather to prevent what we call putrefaction. So what is putrefaction? This is the decomposition of organic substances or is the decomposition of the semen by the action of bacteria with the formation of a foul smell. Okay, another preservative for semen is we have the tall wall. Mama na yung tall wall, it's another organic substance. No? Para siyang formalin lang din. Okay? Now, what are the different examinations employed in semen and seminal stains? So there are 4. We have physical, chemical, we have microscopic, and then the biological. So physical test is just to observe, no, the stain which is submitted to the crime lab. So ano ang kanyang characteristics? So seminal stain will give or semen when dry gives a stiff, starchy feeling to the cloth. So parang inalmirol na damit yan. Alam niyo yung paste, no? Yung pandikit. Pagka natuyo sa damit yan, no? Malutong. So, ganun din ang semen pag natuyo sa damit. Then it produces slight deepening of the cloth with the disappearance of the odor. So, once na natuyo na yung semen, mawawala na yung lansa niyan. Then it exhibits a bluish fluorescence under the UV light. So, pag tinapat natin yung clothing na may seminal stain sa UV lamp, no, it will emit a bluish fluorescence. Okay? And then it is a grayish-white, sometimes yellowish stain, which is typical of a seminal fluid. They have an appearance or outline of a contour map. So parang map yan. No, pag naiwan yung semen sa, let's say, sa underwear, parang map yan, kitang-kita sa underwear. No, para kasing mapa ng Pilipinas. Yan. So may have a reddish tint in case of an old man. So sabi, pag galing daw sa matanda ang semen, may mga blood traces, yun na yung reddish tint na tinatawag. Siyempre, pag napupuwersa yan, sumasama ang blood traces. Okay? Then we have, next, the chemical examination. So, this preliminary or the physical examination and chemical examination are just preliminary, guys, no? So, they are just initial stages in the identification of semen. So there are 3 chemical examinations employed in semen. So first we have the Florence test. So how is it done? So the semen stained clothing is cut into bits and then it is dissolved. Yung mismong stain is dissolved using saline solution again. Okay, tapos maglalagay ng drop noon sa slide, then papatakan ng Florence reagent to be observed under the microscope. So what's the positive result? There is a formation of crystals of choline periodide, which are dark brown, rhombic or needle shape that occur singly or in cross or even group in clusters. Anong itsura? So ayan. So once na ang pinerform or once na ang tines ng chemist ay talagang seminal stain, no? When reacted with the Florence reagent and then viewed under the microscope, ito yung makikita sa microscopic film. So anong tawag? It's the choline periodide crystals. Next, we have the Barberius test. So the same procedure as that of how the Florence test is done. So anong positive result niya? Formation of spermine picrate crystals. Na itsura. So, ito. So, once na nakitaan ng ganyan, yung microscopic field, no, after following the steps in the Barberius test, no, meaning, yung stain na tines natin ay possibly semen because of the formation of the spermine picrate crystals. So, yan ang itsura niya. Then the third one is we have the acid phosphatase test. So this test is the best way to locate and at the same time characterize the seminal stain. Though, ang positive result niya is coloration lang, no? So once the phosphatase solution is added to the stain, the positive result is the formation of an orange-red pigmentation. So color reaction lang siya. Although, as I've said, ang chemical examination class, meaning the Florence test, the Barberius test, the acid phosphatase test, puro mga preliminary test lang yan. Okay, what's the most conclusive? So, paano ma-establish yung, or paano ma-prove na ang isang substance or ang isang stain ay totoong semen? So, that's the number 3, no? Which is the microscopic examination. So, the chief purpose of which is to determine the presence of spermatozoa. So, in the criminalistic standpoint class, no, the presence of the spermatozoa should be established in order to say that the stain is really semen. So, case-to-case basis na naman yan, no? So, halimbawa, ang kaso is may nagsampa ng kaso, tapos yung, let's say, rape yan, rape victim, then so happened that that rape victim was impregnated. Nabuntis yung ating victim. Tapos kine-claim nung suspect na paano ko mabubuntis yan, paano ko ni-rape yan, baog ako. Paano ako yung nakabuntis yan, baog ako. So, the court will order for the collection of the semen of that suspect, then to be submitted to the crime laboratory to prove excuse me, whether his semen contains spermatozoa or not. So case-to-case basis na naman yan. Meron ding rape cases na hindi naman nabuntis yung pero i-establish yung presence ng spermatozoa. So kahit walang sperm cell yan, kung nakitaan ng seminal fluid yan, and then it's still positive na yan ay semen. So case-to-case, kasi sabi ko nga kanina, there are some conditions wherein a seminal fluid does not contain the sperm cell or the spermatozoa. In the case of aspermia and then yung oligospermia kanina. Pero although yung oligospermia, few spermatozoa lang yun. So, hahanap na naman ngayon ang mga investigators ng mga circumstantial evidence against the suspect. So, hindi lang naman semen ang magpuprove doon sa sexual offense na yun. Okay? As I have explained a while ago, it will just assist, no? So these are circumstantial evidence that will assist in the prosecution of the perpetrator of the crime. Magiging scientific evidence lang siya pag nag-submit na, tapos na-prove na, yun nga, positive yung specimen natin. Okay, so nakalagay dyan, microscopic examination is the most conclusive test. Then the fourth, we have, ito yung itsura niyan. So it's like a tadpole o kaya yung mga kitikiti, no? Spermatozoa is a small object with a pear-shaped head, behind which is a short neck and then a tail about 10 times as long as the head. Okay, what time is it? Mag-alas 8 na, blood and semen pa lang tayo. Alright, so we have the factors which may obstruct detection of spermatozoa, nature of the fabric. O halimbawa, yung stain natin ay nasa maong. So definitely masisira yung spermatozoa dyan. No? Masyadong delicate kasi si spermatozoa, madaling mabali. Age of the stain. So pag sobrang luma na yung stain, no? Mawawala na yung spermatozoa, malalaglag na lahat yan. Conditions to which the stain was exposed before reaching the lab. So kung hindi pinatuyo ng investigator yan na maayos, so wala, kinain na ng bacteria yung spermatozoa. Then handling of the stain or handling of the specimen. Kung mishandled yung specimen, maaaring this will lead to the loss of the spermatozoa. Okay. Then we have the fourth, so apat ang test para sa semen natin. We have the physical examination, chemical, that includes the Florence, the Barbeриus, and the acid phosphatase test. Then we have microscopic, which is considered as the most conclusive. Then the fourth is the biological examination. So what's the purpose? This is to determine whether semen is of human or animal origin. Anong tawag dun sa test? It is referred as spermatoprecipitin test. So this is very useful, class, when the semen submitted for analysis is from a secretor. So sino si secretor? A secretor is a person whose body fluids contain antigens. So hindi lang yung kanyang blood ang may antigen, kundi yung kanyang mucus, yung kanyang semen, yung kanyang saliva. No? So ang tawag diyan secretor. Even yung perspiration niya may antigen. Okay. So this test was proposed by Dr. Farnum in 1901. Okay, so it is referred as spermatoprecipitin test. Okay, so tapos na tayo dyan. Next, we have the third topic is we have gunpowder and explosives. So another important topic in forensic chemistry and toxicology. Ano siya? Gunpowder. All right, so we have the problems that may arise in the investigation of crimes involving the use of firearms. First, we have determination of whether or not a person has fired a gun with bare hands within a pertinent period of time. Okay, tanong, ma'am, hanggang kailan pwedeng isubmit ang tao na suspected to have fired a gun with his bare hands? So, that person should be submitted for this test within 72 hours. Take note, that's the standard. Kasi if that person was submitted after 72 hours, even if he actually fired a gun with his bare hands, magne-negative yan. So kailangan submit agad yan sa paraffin BPA test within 72 hours. So ano isa subject natin sa paraffin test? Of course, both hands of the suspect. So why both hands? Because we do not know whether that person is left-handed or right-handed. Maring isang kamay lang yung ginamit niya. Maring yung left, maring yung right. So para sigurado na makuha natin yung tamang sagot, both hands of that person should be submitted for the paraffin test within 72 hours. Okay? The number 2 is determination of the approximate time of firing of the gun. So, kailan pinaputok yung baril na yan? Then the third, we have the determination of the probable gunshot range. That is the distance from which the firearm was held from the body of the victim at the time of discharge. Gaano kalayo yung firearm doon sa target? Okay, so let's find out. But before that, let's have first the two kinds of gunpowder. We have the black and then the smokeless powder. So black powder is considered as the oldest known type of ammunition, no, which was discovered by the Chinese people, no, in the early and in the ancient times, no. Then the smokeless powder, ito na yung ginagamit ngayon, no, at present. Yung black powder hindi na masyadong ginagamit kasi mauling nga, madumi. So black powder consists of an intimate mixture of 15% carbon, 10% sulfur, and 75% potassium or sodium nitrate. How about the smokeless powder? So pwedeng glyceryl nitrate o kaya we have a cellulose nitrate, no? Okay, so once this explode, no, the cellulose and the glyceryl nitrate, they will produce some gases, which are carbon monoxide, then nitrogen gas, and carbon dioxide or oxygen gas. So depende. Kung cellulose nitrate yan, so carbon monoxide, carbon dioxide. Samantala yung glyceryl nitrate, carbon dioxide, oxygen, tsaka nitrogen gas. So ito yung once na nagkaroon na ng gas yan, that's the time that the gunpowder will explode. Ang nagkakos kasi na explosion ay yung mga gases, hindi yung mismong compound. Kailangan mag-oxidize muna siya. Alright, so these are the possible locations of nitrates when black powder and smokeless powder explode. Okay, residue on the barrel of the gunshot. Alam niyo na to, no? So barrel of the gun, in or around the gunshot wound, on the clothing of the person fired upon a close range, on the exposed surface of the hand of the person firing the gun. Okay, so let's go to determination of whether or not a person fired a gun with his bare hands. So what's the principle involved? So the burned residues and partially burned particles may have escaped from around the breech of the gun, no, and implanted on the exposed surface of the hand holding the weapon and became implanted into the skin. So once na nagpaputok ng baril ng isang tao, no, yung nasunog at hindi nasunog ng mga pulbura, papasok dyan sa pores ng kamay kasi may pores yan, no? Which is why it can last up to 72 hours. Pumasok kasi dyan. Okay. So how are we going to extract that? So ito na yung ating test, no? So we employ the extraction of the nitrates, no, using the paraffin and the DPA test. So first, so the test is performed to determine whether the person fired a gun with his bare hands. So there are two parts of the test. We have taking of the paraffin, or that's the paraffin test, no? Which is the taking of the cast of the left and the right hands to extract the nitrates. Siguro naman, pinaranas sa inyo yan, or kasi ano siya, online pala kayo, no? Okay, later. And then after that, we have the DPA test, or the diphenylamine test. So the first one is a paraffin casting, which is actually the work of the police investigator. So how is it done? Kailangan natin ng paraffin wax dyan, wax mismo. Yung ginagawang kandila but with a lower melting point. Okay? So it will be dropped at a certain height on the hands of the subject or the suspect. Ipapatak yan 18 inches above the hands of the suspect from the wrist joint. So, ito, tatakpan yun ng paraffin wax, no? Nakapatong yung kamay ng suspect sa bond paper na malinis, dalawa. Okay. Then after that, no, papatungan yun ng paraffin, melted paraffin wax. No? As soon as natakpan na yun ng paraffin wax, lalagyan ng foundation yan, which is the thin layer of cotton. So may cotton, so papatakan ng paraffin, tapos bulak, tapos paraffin ulit. Okay? So kailangan idein yung second, yung top coating doon sa kamay ng suspect para magdikit yung first layer pati yung second layer. Okay. So, this will be allowed to settle for around 20 to 30 minutes. So, patitigasin yan. Tapos, dadahan-dahan, hihilain na suspect yung kamay. So, what happened now? Since mainit yung paraffin wax, i-extract niya. Didikit doon sa paraffin wax yung nitrates na nakuha dyan. Na-extract ngayon yung nitrates doon sa kamay ng tao. Okay? Tapos, isasubmit na ngayon yung case sa crime lab for the chemical aspect. So this is the letter B now. So this is the DPA or the diphenylamine test, the chemical aspect of the test. So this test determines the presence and distribution of nitrates. So it's a positive result. So deep blue specks with tailings that develop when nitrates come in contact with DPA reagent. Okay. Ano itsura? Parang kama. No? Alam niyo yung quit. Lilitaw isa-isa yan within 2 minutes, no? Now, meron tayong limitation. So, what's the limitation of the DPA paraffin test? Other substances which contain nitrate or oxidizing agents that are not in the ordinary course of life, like fertilizers, explosives, tobacco, firecrackers, urine, cosmetics, and detergents. Meaning, itong mga substances na to, meron din silang mga nitrates. Pero, how will we interpret the positive result and the negative result of the DPA paraffin test? Okay, let's go to number 2. Hands contaminated with other nitrates from other sources other than gunpowder will most likely show either a smear blue color. So, parang kalat na blue color yan, o kaya map. No? Or conglomeration of blue specks located at the different places of the hands with both dorsal and palmar aspects. So, maraming blue color na akala mo map ang lilitaw. Pag yan ay galing sa ibang substances, hindi na-extract sa kamay ng suspect. Okay? So, ang positive result niya is parang kama, no? Lilitaw dyan. So, this is the interpretation. Factors to be considered in the interpretation of DPA test. So, time of reaction. So, yung blue color na yon, blue specks with tailings, dapat lumitaw within 2 minutes. Pag sobrang tagal, lumabas yung mga blue specks na yon, ine-negative ng chemist yan. Number of blue specks. Saan marami? Marami dito sa dorsal aspects na nandito. Then, may mga tatlong positive results dito sa mga fingers. Okay, dyan. Ang marami dito. So, location dapat nandito lang sa ibabaw. Hindi pwedeng nandito sa palmar. Then character specs, dapat may tailing, may parang guhit-guhit na lalabas. So, ang mangyayari dyan is, okay, I'll show it to you. I-share ko sa inyo. Okay, so halimbawa ito yung, ay, tatanggal ako. Clear. Okay. So let's say we have the, ito yung kamay. Sorry sa, ano, sa drawing. Kunyari, ito yung kamay ng suspect. Okay, ito yung cast, no? So, yung mga tailings na sinasabi, ganyan na lilitaw yan. Okay, para akala mo kama. Ayan. So, may mga positive dito. 3, 2. Ngayon, kung ang positive result yan, ganyan, blue color yan, puro ganyan. Kala mo map or conglomeration o kaya smear. Blue color din yan. Kaso nga lang, ganyan ang lumitaw. So meaning, hindi yan galing within the skin. No? So ito, kahit blue color, ito, mga specks na yan. So ito yung blue specks. With tailings. So ipapositive ng, ano yan, ng chemist. Pero kung ang result ay ganito, no, blue din ang color nito. Bawa, ito yung nasa, what do you call this? Nasa paraffin cast. No? Ini-negative yan kahit nag-blue yan. Why? Hindi ito galing sa ano. Maaaring, ang nangyari dyan, humawak ng fertilizer yung suspect. So kung ganyan, yung positive result, kala mo map o kaya smear. So this is negative. Ini-negative yan. Ibig sabihin, hindi nagpaputok ng baril yung tao. Kasi ito, blue color nga siya, pero ganyan yung lumabas. So, ang blue specks, blue specks means it came within the skin. So, yan, may tailings, parang may buntot na lumabas, no? Isa-isa dyan, within 2 minutes. Okay? So, ayan, may tailings yan. Okay? Do you understand kung ano yung difference ng mga blue color na yan sa DPA paraffin? So, that's how it is being interpreted. Okay, next we have all right. Next we have na to. Determination of the probable gunshot range. All right. So, how do we determine gunshot range? So, what is to be submitted here is the clothing of the victim with bullet perforation. Okay, tanong, ma'am, paano kung yung victim natin ay nakahubad? So, it's the body of the victim. Hindi sa lahat ng pagkakataon, class, na nakahubad or nakadamit yung ating victim. So, kung nakadamit yan, so definitely, what is to be submitted is the clothing of the victim. Kung nakahubad yan, yung mismong katawan ng tao ang i-DPA test. No? So, how is it done? Pag nakahubad yan, ang gagawin ng investigator is to prepare a gasa. Okay, gasa, tapos lalagyan niya ng 1/8 inch ng melted paraffin, tapos yun yung itatapal doon mismo sa gunshot wound ng ating victim. Okay, so that's the chemical aspect. Tapos, this will be submitted for the determination of the characteristic patterns that will tell the possible gunshot range. Okay, now, so how do we collect, preserve, and pack the clothing? So a large areas possible surrounding the gunshot hole should be made available for the test. So If conditions and appearance of the wounds point to a contact shot, all the clothing in the path of the bullet should be collected and submitted for examination. So meaning yung buong clothing ng victim dapat nakasubmit yan. Right. Do not wad the specimen or pack it loosely for shipment. Ano ibig sabihin? Huwag daw ipagpag kasi nga malalaglag lahat yung pulbura. So each specimen should be wrapped individually. Limbawa, dalawang victim natin. So yung mga damit nun, hiwalay na ipapak. Then clothing heavily smeared with blood, alam niyo na, should be dried thoroughly before packing. Okay. Now, how do we determine the probable gunshot range? So the clothing is examined microscopically for the possible presence of gunpowder residues. Okay. Ano yung mga characteristic patterns na kailangan makita ng chemist? So singeing. So what is singeing? Means slight burning of the clothing. So titingnan niya kung medyo sunog yung cloth. Okay, what else? Smudging. Smudging means there is blackening of the area around the bullet hole. So itong mga characteristic patterns na to, ito yung magsasabi sa atin kung gaano kalayo yung firearm doon sa clothing. Okay, what else? Tattooing. So what is tattooing? It is a black coarsely peppered pattern around the bullet perforation. So parang paminta yun, no, na nakapagkit doon sa paligid ng gunshot wound. Then gaping hole means when there is torn, no? When the clothing is widely torn, kung sobrang malaki yung ano yan, yung punit ng damit, no, gawa ng bala. And then carbon color is a black deposit found on the periphery of the gunshot wound. So this is prominent when the gunpowder uses black powder. Pero nagkakaroon lagi ng carbon color yan kasi nasusunog na yung powder kahit smokeless powder pa yan. Alright. Now, there are 3 zones of distances from which a firearm is discharged. So first is at contact. So those in which the muzzle of the gun was held directly in contact with the body or practically so. So dikit usually happens when it is a suicide, no? Walang suicide na hindi nakadikit yung gatilyo ng baril doon sa katawan mismo nung nagsuicide. Number 2, those in which the muzzle of the gun was held about 2 to 36 inches pero nakahati yung 2 to 36 na yan. Okay, later. The number 3, those in which the muzzle of the gun was held away from a distance of 36 inches or more. Okay, so kung beyond 36 na yan, ano yung characteristic patterns na makikita natin? Okay, so yung 2 to 36 natin, hinati ko, no? So yung 0 to 2. So paano natin malalaman na 0 to 2 yung distance ng firearm doon sa ating target? So the characteristic patterns which are observed microscopically are, so may gaping hole yan, may smudging, may singeing, may tattooing. So lahat ng characteristic patterns makikita doon sa gunshot wound or around the gunshot wound. Do you have any idea kung ano itsura nung smudge? Nag-smudge, nag-blackening yung paligid ng gunshot wound. Singeing, nasunog yung tela or nasunog yung cloth. Gaping hole, kuwak-wak yung damit. Tattooing is parang paminta na nakadikit doon sa around the gunshot wound. Alright. Paano kung yung distance or if the distance is held from 2 to 8 inches? What are the characteristic patterns? So, what is observed or what are observed are only smudging and tattooing. So, kung yan lang yung nakitang characteristic patterns, no? So, ang approximate distance niyan is 2 to 8. Pag 8 to 36 inches naman, only tattooing can be observed around the gunshot wound. If the firearm was held beyond 36 or even beyond is lampas 36 inches na 1 meter. So evidence of powder tattooing is seldom present. So wala na tayong makikita. Malinis na yung gunshot wound dyan. Pag super layo na yung firearm doon sa ating target. Okay, so take note of these characteristic patterns. Next, we have the chemical test. In-explain ko na yung kanina. So third, we have the determination of the probable time when the gun has been fired. Okay. Ano yung isa-submit natin dito? It is the firearm. Okay, so yung mismong firearm is isa-submit dito. So the presence of the following is determined microscopically and chemically. Okay. So once na naiputok yung baril, may rust yan, kakalawangin yan. Kahit nakikita nyo yung mga nagpa-firing, after ng firing, nililinis nila yan. Pero kung ang baril, ginamit sa crime yan, alam nga malinisin muna yan, or linisin pa yan, eh kung nahuli agad yung suspect, wala nang tayong maglinis ng baril yan. So may rust. Okay, what else? Metallic fragments. Nung sumabog yung ating bullet, no, may mga metallic fragments na humiwalay. Then soot. Ito yung black deposit. Now, how about the nitrites and the nitrates? The nitrites and the nitrates will tell us the approximate time of firing of the gun. Okay, how is it done? So, the barrel of the gun is swabbed using cotton. So, since mahaba yung barrel ng baril, so with the aid of a barbecue stick, lalagyan ng bulak yun. Tapos, isuswab, ipupunas doon sa loob ng barrel ng gun. Then, this will be placed. The swabbing, so hindi lang isang swab ang gagawin, maraming swabbings yan. So, the firearm or the barrel of the gun is swabbed, no, using cotton, no, with the aid of a barbecue stick. All right. Now, what will happen? Okay, chemical aspect na yun. Okay, so ang gagawin ng chemist yan, si chemist ang gagawa niyan. So ang trabaho ng investigators just to submit the firearm, no? So meron tayong tinatawag na what do you call this? Spot plate. No? Parang sungka yun, guys, no? Yan. Spot plate yan. So maraming butas yan. Okay, sungka nga, parang sungka. So, dyan nilalagay yung mga cotton swabs. Okay. So, mga cotton swabbings yan. Plus, ang gagawin ng chemist yan is to add the DPA reagent or the diphenylamine reagent. Okay. Now, ano magiging positive result niyan? So, the positive result is that, and this will tell the approximate time of the firing of the gun. So, anong positive result? Blue color. So, meaning, if itong mga cotton swabs na to nag-blue, the gun has been fired recently. Gun has been fired recently. Ma'am, anong ibig sabihin recently? Within 7 days. Okay? So, naputok yung baril na yan. So, wala pang, hindi pa lumampas ang 1 week. 3 days pa lang yan. Yan. How about if the positive result obtained in these swabbings is a yellow-green color? Okay. Gun has been fired. But not recently. Okay, after 7 days na yan. Eh, marami yung swabbings. 7 to 7 days. Okay. Paano both? Kasi marami. Both blue and yellow-green. Ano magiging conclusion ng chemist yan? Within 7 days. Okay. Maring Mabilis mag-oxidize yung iba kasi na-expose, tapos yung iba hindi. So, ang magiging conclusion niyo dyan, the gun has been fired within 7 days. Kung merong cotton sobbings na nag-blue, tapos yung iba naman nag-yellow-green. So, parehas may blue, may yellow, within 7 days niya. Yan ang magiging interpretation ng chemist doon sa swabs na galing doon sa barrel ng baril. Okay? I-screenshot nyo na yan para meron kayong babasahin. Okay na? Hindi ko nakikita kung okay ba kayo or what. Alright, next. Wait lang. Ayan. Yari dito. Ano nakikita nyo? Is it the slides? Ayan. Ayan. Okay, next we have, ayan, explosives. So, definition of explosives, hindi ko na i-elaborate yan. Let's go to the classification of explosives. So, there are 3 classification of explosives. We have from the viewpoint of chemical composition and structure. Saan gawa yung mga explosive na yan? Then with respect to functioning characteristics, and then according to application or design, saan gagamitin yung mga explosives na yan? Let's start with number 1. So classification from the viewpoint of chemical composition and structure. So we have inorganic explosives. So these are the non-carbon explosives. Examples, we have lead acid, ammonium nitrate. Ammonium nitrate is considered as the cheapest form of explosive. In fact, fertilizer yan. Then we have organic explosives. So definitely these are explosives that are made up of carbon. Like trinitrotoluene, so that's the TNT, common yan. Military explosive kasi yan. We have picric acid or the trinitrophenol. We have nitrocellulose mercury fulminate. Okay, gawa lahat sa carbon yan. Then number 3, we have mixture of oxidizable materials and oxidizing agents that do not explode separately. Examples, we have pyrotechnics, yung mga ating firecrackers, black powder, ganyan. Okay, so, ayan, hindi daw sila puputok pagka pinaghiwa-hiwalay natin yung mga ingredients niyan. Like black powder, ano ba ang component ng black powder natin? Carbon. Carbon, ano yun? Uling. Yan. Then sulfur, hindi naman nagiging explosive yan pag naghiwa-hiwalay. Then potassium or sodium nitrate. And then we have classification with respect to functioning characteristics. So first we have propellants or low explosives. So they burn but do not explode and function by producing gas that produces explosion. So tulad ng sinabi ko kanina, like the smokeless powder. So smokeless powder will explode once the gases are produced like carbon dioxide, carbon monoxide, and nitrogen gas. Okay? Kailangan mag-produce muna ng gas yan. No? Pag nasunog yan, that's the time na magpo-produce ng gases that will cause the explosion. So, low explosive siya. Low burning and used mainly as propellants. Examples, black powder, smokeless powder, firecrackers. Ang firecrackers, pag hindi mo in-ignite yan, hindi naman mag-explode yan. Even the pyrotechnics, yung mga pailaw, hindi naman yan. Diba? So, these are referred as low explosives. Then another are the primary explosives or initiators. So these are materials that explode or detonate when they are heated or subjected to shock, but they do not burn. So pag naalog, no, sasabog yan. So examples, mercury fulminate, and then we have lead azide. Then we have the high explosives. These are materials upon detonation that produce gas at a very high rate, producing a very violent effect. No? So they generate gas. So sobrang bilis nilang mag-produce ng gas, and then yun yung magkakos ng explosion or even have shattering effect. Yan. Example, we have ammonium nitrate, we have TNT, dynamite, we have nitroglycerin, mga bomba. No, mines, we have, ayan, nalobat na yung desktop o laptop. Okay, sa TNT, we have dynamite, we have nitroglycerin, picric acid. So take note, ammonium nitrate, even if it is the cheapest form of explosive, it's considered as high explosive. Delikado siya. Okay, next we have, okay, so ito yung mga component ng ating mga high explosive like nitroglycerin, so mixture of nitric acid, sulfuric acid, and glycerin. So these are actually yung concentrated, yung purong-purong nitric acid sa sulfuric acid. Pag hinalo yan sa glycerin, it's already considered as a high explosive. Ang dynamite, dinamita, no? Ang dynamite naman, it's a mixture of nitroglycerin and powdered clay or sawdust. Okay, kusot. Then TNT is a military explosive. How about yung ating pillbox? Ang pillbox natin pwedeng ammonium nitrate or pwedeng sulfuric acid plus sugar plus glass chips o kaya yung mga maliliit na pako. O pwede ng pillbox yun o pwedeng improvise na bomba yun. Okay? So these are the classification of explosives. Then we have, according to design, we have military, of course, and then we have industrial explosives. So military explosives, so example, we have grenades, fuses, yung mga pinufuse na ginagamitan ng fuse ng mga bomba, ammunitions, mga bala, we have rockets, missiles, mines, mga landmines, yan, airdrop, mga bomba na binabagsak from aircrafts, and then incendiaries, ito yung mga bomba na pag bumagsak, hindi lang basta-basta pumuputok, nakikreate pa ng sunog. Then we have industrial explosives. This is assigned for industries. Halimbawa, isang building, no? Gusto na nang i-collapse yung mga lumang building. So para mabilis, yan, pinapasabog. Using ammonium dynamites, ammonium nitrate explosives, water explosives, homemade or improvised explosives. O kaya, mining sites. Lalo kung halimbawa, kuweba yan, tapos walang paraan para makapasok doon sa kuweba. So, they have to explode, no? Para makapasok sila doon sa mining site na yun. So, we call that as industrial explosive. Okay, basta mga ginagamit sa mga industries. Alright, so tapos na tayo dyan. The next, we have next we have hair. Okay, so mag-hair na tayo. Hair, nasa si hair. Ayan. Okay, another physical evidence that we're going to study is hair and textile fibers. Gaano ka-importante ang hair? Ayan. So hair examination is one of the oldest forms of physical evidence. Its use is older than that of the fingerprint. Wala pa naman mga techniques about fingerprint ng araw. So unang ginamit hair. So it is valuable because hair of each kind of animal is different and distinct from all others. Tulad nga ng sabi ni Sir nyo kanina, no? Lumabas yung hair samples coming from different races. Imagine nyo yan. Yun pa yung lumabas about hair examination. So hairs are very resistant to decomposition. Hindi nabubulok ang hair. Hindi, and putrefaction. Thus, they often remain as a means of identification long after others such as facial and fingerprints have been destroyed. Kuya, malapit na. Kuya, malapit na. Eh, bakit parang walang sabaw? Excuse me, guys. Hey. So how do we define hair? So hair is a specialized epithelial outgrowth of the skin which occurs everywhere in the body except on the palms of the hands and the soles of the feet. So buong katawan natin may hair yan. Wala lang dito, wala sa talampakan. In other words, it is the outermost covering of the skin or the appendage of the skin. And there are two kinds of hair. We have the real, fuzz. Real is usually long and straight. Okay, yung fuzz, ito yung curly, woolly, or kinky hair. Okay, so dalawang klase lang yan. So we have the parts of hair. We have the root, the shaft, and the tip. Okay. Then further, the shaft contains the following parts or consists of the following parts. The cuticle, the medulla, and the cortex. Okay, discuss natin to. So this is the hair structure. So hair tip is the distal end of the hair, of course. We have the shaft is the intermediate part, which is the central, yung nasa gitna. And then we have the hair root. So the portion which is embedded on the skin. Okay. And then further, if we're going to cut, halimbawa, i-buhok natin, tapos cut natin yan. And then we can see, no, of course, using the microscope, the layers of the shaft. So this contains the cuticles. So nakita niyo yung cuticle, no? That's the outermost covering of the shaft, no? As you can see, it contains, what do you call this? Scales. So may kaliskis yung buhok natin, no? But of course, it is microscopic. It is, the purpose of the scale is to protect our hair from damage. Okay. Then we have the cortex. This is the thickest portion of the hair which contain the pigment, no, the color of the hair, which is referred as melanin. M-E-L-A-N-I-N, melanin. That is a chemical, brownish or black chemical, which is responsible for the color of hair and even the skin. No? So kung black ang kulay natin, ibig sabihin marami tayong melanin sa katawan. So hindi masama yung maraming melanin sa skin. And this protects us from skin cancer. Kaya mas maganda yung maitim kaysa sa sobrang maputi. Yung maputi, yan yung mga prone sa skin cancer. Kaya nagkakaroon sila ng melasma, mga ganon, mga freckles. That's because of lesser melanin in their skin. So, ganun din ang buhok natin, guys. So, may melanin. So, kung black na black ang color ng buhok natin, maraming melanin yan. So, yung mga white and wala nang melanin na po-produce. O kaya yung blonde na buhok, no, lesser. Light brown lang yung color ng melanin ng buhok nila, even the skin. Then we have the medulla, that is the central core, no, the innermost layer of the hair. Okay, so cuticle contains the scales. Yung cortex contains the melanin, which is responsible for the color of the hair. Then the medulla is the central core. All right. So the shaft, guys, is considered as the most characteristic and distinctive part of the hair. Why? Because this will differentiate the origin of the hair. Okay? Malalaman natin kung human hair or animal hair yan based on the study of the shaft. Okay. Next, we have the purpose of hair examination. So, what's the purpose? That is to determine whether the hair in question originated from an animal or human hair, and the comparison of question and known hairs. Okay? So, sa collection na hair samples, dapat meron tayong, tulad ng sinabi ko kanina, we should have the standard hair and then we have the question hair. Lagi yan, pagka may hair samples na nagkalat sa crime scene, alam na ng investigators ang gagawin yan. Kailangan nilang kumuha ng standard hair. Saan galing? Doon sa victim natin at doon sa suspect, if possible, makakuha sa suspect. Okay, another one, to ascertain whether two or more individuals could have come in contact or whether one or more individuals could have come in contact with an object. Kaya limbawa, underwear yan, may mga hair samples. Ano mga hair yan? Is it pubic hair or hair from the other parts of the body? Okay. And then we have, yun nga, kung may struggle, kung nanlaban yung victim sa suspect, yun. Could have come in contact, two or more individuals could have come in contact with each other. All right, so we have the collection. So sa collection, guys, no, we have the proper number of hair strands. So ang proper dyan, no, pag tinanggap ng crime lab yan, dapat nabibilang yan eh. So hair from the scalp sa ulo, dapat a minimum of 12 strands. Isang dosena yan. Kailangan. Pag limang piraso lang yan, ang binigay nyo, especially the standard specimen, ay ano yan, parang itatapon ng chemist yan. There should be 12. No? So pag kumuha ng standard specimen, no, lalo sa victim o kaya sa suspect, kailangan 12 yan sa dito. Sa lower part ng body, there should be 6 strands. From the armpit, from the trunk sa chest, ganyan, from the arms, from the legs, pubic, tig-anim yan. Paano pagka dito sa facial features, dito sa mukha? Tig-tatlo, eyebrow, eyelashes, ganyan, nose from the ears, from the hair from the ears, from the nose, tig-tatlo yan. Bird, balbas, bigote, tig-tatlo. Tingnan niyo yung mga strands nung Sunday, sabi mo hindi namin alam yan. So 12 dito, sa lower part ng body natin, tig-anim. Standard yon. Tapos sa facial features, sa facial part, tig-tatlo. So the proper collection, so ayan na siya. Okay. All right. So next we have the microscopic examination of hair. So through microscopic examination, the forensic chemist will first determine the origin of hair, whether it's animal or human hair. Now, in the examination of hair class, no, microscopic examination is already considered as the most conclusive. Take note. This is already conclusive. So in case, no, nakita na ng chemist na it is from human hair, these are the following characteristics to be determined. So the region from which the human hair has been removed. So saan galing parte ng katawan ng tao galing yung hair? Is it bird, axillary hair? Axillary is from the armpit, chest, pubic, head. Well, ayan yung mga characteristics. Pag scalp hair kasi, they are more mature than any other kinds of human hair. Bird hair naman, balbas sa bigote, they are coarse, curved, very stiff, and often triangular in cross-section. Makikita pa rin sa microscope yan kung triangular yung cross-section ng hair samples. Then we have hair from the eyebrow, eyelid, nose, and ears. They are short, stubby, and have wide medulla, eyebrow, and eyelashes are usually very short and has a sharp tip. So pagkatingnan nyo, pag hinawakan nyo ng ganyan nga yan, matalas talaga yan. Then trunk hair, ito yung sa chest, no? They vary in thickness along the shaft and are immature but are somewhat similar to head hairs. They have fine and long tip ends. Tapos ang pubic hair, no? Curly, what else? Woolly, black in color, then usually it has cut, no? Putol-putol yung ends ng pubic hair because of the friction with the underwear. Okay, so usually putol-putol yan. All right. Now, how about the race of the person the hair originated? So, malalaman ba natin kung ang tao ay isang negro, isang white, the Caucasian, or Mongolian through hair examination? The answer is yes. Kasi magkakaiba tayo ng characteristics ng hair. So what's the characteristic of Caucasian hair? So these are the white Americans. So blonde. Wala tayong makikitang hair na black na buhok ng mga Americans. No? White Americans. Blonde yan, brown to blonde. Kaya minsan nga red pa. No? The pigment of their hair is red. Then their hair is fine to wavy, pinong-pino. So ang pinaka-pino, ang hibla ng buhok among the three human race is the Caucasian. Then the negroid, alam na natin yan, wala ko nakitang negro na ang buhok straight. So wiry yan, woolly yan, kinky. How about the Mongolian? These are the Asian people. So usually, if we are going to compare the hair strands of hair from Mongoloid or the Mongolian race from that of the Caucasian race, mas thicker, no? Ang texture ng buhok natin kaysa sa kanila, no? Then usually it is mostly black ang color ng buhok natin, black, then with thicker texture as compared to that of the Caucasian. Lumabas daw sa board exam yan, guys. Okay, what are the characteristics of a hair from a negroid race? Okay, black, woolly, kinky, curly, okay, wiry, ayan. Ang Caucasian naman, color is blonde, then finer in texture. Mongolian, usually black and then thicker in texture as compared to that of the Caucasian. Okay, so practical naman yan. How the hair was removed, whether naturally or forcibly. So, kung ang tanong, no, which part of the hair will tell us whether it is a naturally fallen hair or forcibly pulled from the scalp, it is the root. Siyempre, pagka lagas ang buhok, walang root na makikita dyan. But if it was forcibly removed, no, from the skin, no, definitely we can be able to see or the hair roots are visible. How about the next situation? Whether the hair was cut with dull or sharp instrument or was burned or crushed. So which part of the hair should be examined? It is the tip. Okay. Whether the hair came from a male or a female, malalaman ba natin? Yes. So this is the difference is that, no, generally speaking, no, we do not, or male groups do not wear their hair long. Though may marami na. So ang i-compare na lang dito is the texture. So if we compare the texture, no, of the female hair and the male hair, no, mas finer, no, mas pino ang buhok ng mga, generally ha, mas pino ang buhok ng mga babae kaysa sa mga lalaki. Okay? Now, how about if the hair came from a human and animal? How do we distinguish them? So, as I've said earlier, it is the CHAP, which will tell us whether hair samples came from a human or an animal. So, unahin natin si medulla. So, medulla may not be present in human hair, while medulla is always present in an animal hair. So, of course, ma'am, paano natin malalaman yan? Through microscopic examination. Scale pattern is fine and each overlap the other less than 4/5. That's for the human. Pagka animal hair naman, scales are coarse and overlap less than half. So, pag tinignan niya sa microscope, magaspang tingnan yung scales ng animal hair as compared to the human hair. Pigment granules are fine for human hair. Pigment granules are coarse for animal hair. Then balikan natin yung una. MI is less than 0.5. MI is more than 0.5. So what is MI? MI is medullary index. It is the relationship between the diameter of the medulla and the diameter of the whole hair. Okay, so the medullary index determines the origin of the hair, whether it comes from human or specific animal species. Kasi nga, less than 0.5 human, and then more than 0.5 is animal hair. So, paano yan kinocompute? MI equals diameter of the medulla divided by the diameter of the whole hair. Okay, i-divide lang yan. Kung ang unknown ay MI, so given yung diameter ng medulla, given yung diameter ng whole hair, i-divide lang. Pero kung ang unknown ay MI, let's say, ang given ay MI, tapos diameter ng whole hair, ang i-compute nyo diameter of the medulla, i-multiply nyo lang yung given. Okay? Next, we have textile fibers. Bakit nandyan ang textile fibers, no? So this textile fiber is also very important, especially when there is a struggle again between the victim and the suspect. So naghilaan ng damit yan. Now, may mga hibla ng tela na naiwan sa crime scene o kaya sa kamay ng victim o kaya kamay ng suspect. So this can also identify the origin. Kanino ba galing yan? Doon sa suspect, sa damit ng suspect or damit ng victim. Okay? So what are textile fibers? So these are fibers that can be converted to yarn. Eh ano naman yung yarn? It is made of fibers which have been twisted together like thread. So ito na yung mga hibla ng tela. And there are two general classification of textile fibers. We have the natural, then we have the synthetic or artificial fibers. All right. So there are three subdivisions of natural fibers. We have vegetable, we have animal, and then mineral fibers. So vegetable, the different parts of the plants, vegetable fiber yon. Ang animal fibers, this include wool. Wool is yung galing sa balat ng mga hayop. Like, what they call this? Mga sheep, cow, carabao, yan, mga snake, crocodile, yan, wool lahat yun. Ang silk naman, ito yung cocoon, yung nagiging butterfly, that's silk, yung bahay ng cocoon. Bahay ng caterpillar, I should say. Then of course hair. Then mineral fibers, example is asbestos. Ano yung asbestos? Ito yung hinahalo sa asfalto para hindi tuluyang matunaw. It's white in color. Then the next is we have synthetic fibers, so we have organic and inorganic. Okay. All right. So we have the test for fibers. We have burning or ignition test. We have fluorescence test. And then we have chemical tests, microscopic tests. So chemical tests include staining, and then we have dissolution tests. So among the four, the most conclusive is the microscopic test. Okay, so isahin natin. So what's the purpose of burning or ignition test? So this is a simple preliminary macroscopic examination which determines whether a fiber is mineral, animal, or vegetable. So preliminary examination lang yan kasi it will just identify the general group of the fibers, especially the natural fibers. So how? So ang rate of burning niyan, reaction with litmus paper, what else? Reaction with lead acetate, yun yung mag-identify kung yan ba ay mineral, animal, or vegetable. Rate of burning, ayan. No? Kasi magka-opposite yung rate of burning ng animal fiber sa vegetable fiber. Ang mineral, hindi yan nasusunog. So madaling ma-identify kung mineral fiber yan. Hindi siya nasusunog. As to the animal or vegetable, so in terms of rate of burning, animal burns slowly while vegetable fiber burns rapidly. So magka-opposite ang mga characteristics nila. The other one is with an acid-like odor. Yung isa like a burning feather. So alin ang burning feather dyan? Yung animal fiber. Parang nasunog na buhok. Ayan, nasunog na balahibo. That's the animal fiber. Yung vegetable naman, it is with an irritating odor. So acid siya. Okay, and then we have the fluorescence test. No? So another preliminary examination which determines the general group of the fiber. So, alamin lang niya kung animal or vegetable fiber. So, this is by the use of the UV light or the UV lamp. Wherein, animal fibers exhibit bluish fluorescence, while the vegetable fiber exhibits the yellowish fluorescence. Okay, so limited yung kayang gawin ng fluorescence. So, animal, vegetable, yun lang ang pwede niyang sagutin. Is it artificial or natural? Hindi niya kayang sagutin yan. Okay, vegetable, animal lang. Alright, then we have the microscopic test. So, it is considered as the most conclusive test for the identification of fibers. Why? Because the microscopic test can readily identify the specific characteristics of the fibers. So just like, for example, the wool. Ang wool, when it's observed under the microscope, looks like, nakita nyo yung pinaka-kaninang hair. So ganun na itsura ng wool. Ganun na itsura. Kasi it's animal fiber yan. A wool mismo. Ang silk naman, when observed under the microscope, it looks like a cylinder. Alam niyo yung it is shiny, parang glass rod ang itsura. Tapos ang cotton, no, so naka-specify talaga yung itsura nila under the microscope. No? Ang cotton naman, yung literal na bulak, if we're going to observe that under the microscope, it is twisted left or right on its axis. Parang ribbon siya na nakaganyan. Kahit buo na ipakita mo sa microscope yun. Ang linen naman, parang, what they call this, parang bamboo. Alam niyo yung kawayan. So, ganun, parang may buko ng ganyan. So, specific talaga ang ma-identify mo yung itsura niya under the microscope, which is why microscopic examination is considered as the most conclusive in identifying the fibers, specifically. Then we have the chemical test. It will only supplement the other tests. So like staining, and then we have this solution test. Okay, why chemical test is not conclusive? General din yan. So there are some fibers that will remain stained after the reaction with some color agents like picric acid, ganon. No? Ang kulay ng picric acid is yellow. So magre-remain na yellow yan. Yung ibang fibers. Yung iba naman, pag hinugasan, tanggal yung color yellow. Yung ibang fibers natutunaw, yung iba hindi natutunaw. So that's the dissolution test. Okay? So tapos na tayo sa hair and textile fibers. Our next, we have document examination. Marami pa to. So after document, we'll have a 10-minute break. 10 minutes. So na si chemical aspect of document examination. All right. So we have okay, so alam niyo na yung definition ng document. Any original or official written or printed paper furnishing information or used as a proof of something else. Examples, we have receipts, gifts, certificates, images of check, letters, mortgage, document, lease agreements, and employment. Wait lang. Hindi ko pala naka-share sa inyo. Ayun. Okay, so we have, ito yung binasa ko kanina. So, how about a question document? So, this refers to any object that contains handwritten or typewritten markings whose source or authenticity is in doubt. So, kung may duda na doon sa document, then it is considered as a question document. All right, so what's the purpose of document examination? So the chief purpose of document examination is to provide evidence about suspicious or questioned documents, no, applying different scientific principles and methods. So document examination includes alterations, forgery, obliterations, origin, and authenticity. Okay, so discuss natin ito isa-isa. So we have packing, huwag na to. Madali lang kasi yan. Alright, so the problems that are usually encountered in document examination. First, determination of the composition of paper. So, isa yan sa problema ng chemist. He has to identify the components of the paper, especially if the question is if those two pieces of documents are identical or not. Parehas ba pinanggalingan yan? Parehas ba ang source niyan? Ayun. So, the determination of whether two pieces of paper originated from the same source. Galing ba sa isang manufacturer yan o hindi? Galing ba sa isang, what do you call, let's say, transcript of record? May pekeng transcript of record, gawa sa recto. May transcript of record, limbawa galing sa school ninyo. So, malalaman ba kung fake yung isa o hindi? And then the determination of the probable age of the paper. Okay. Next, so in the determination of the composition of paper, so there are three components of paper. We have fiber, loading, and the sizing materials. So what's fiber composition? That is the main component of paper, which is made up of mechanical pulp or ground wood sulfide mixture. So, ano daw yan? Yung pinaka, what do you call this? Puno, no? The tree trunk, no? So, ibababad yun sa sodium sulfite. That's the sulfite mixture, nakababad yan, no? Nakatreat ng sodium sulfite yan so that at the end, pag naging papel yan, stronger o kaya durable. Durable yung papel na magagawa doon sa mechanical pulp, ground pulp na yan. Okay, so that's the main component of paper. Then we have the sizing material. What's the purpose? That is to improve the quality or the texture of the paper. Examples are casein, we have rosin, starch, gelatin. Ang most common dyan, starch kasi siya yung pinakamura sa lahat. Yung bond paper natin, class, merong sizing material yan, which is the starch. Yung papel na gamit sa, what do you call this? Newspaper, no? Solid lang na ano yun, na fiber composition and then with a small amount of the loading. Okay? So may loading materials ang mga papel para matanggal yung butas-butas. Kasi kung solid lang, kung solong fiber lang yan, butas-butas ang papel. So, kailangan nyo magkaroon ng number 3, we have the loading material. So, this adds weight to the paper or improves the weight of the paper and fills the pores between the fibers of the paper. So, chemicals pa rin yan like barium and calcium sulfate. Okay, tinitreat yung fiber composition ng barium sa calcium para hindi butas-butas yung papel na magawa after the production. Then we have the different tests for paper. We have preliminary, we have physical test causing no perceptible change, physical test causing a perceptible change, and then we have chemical test. So, ang preliminary natin, it deals with the appearance of the documents. So, anong i-test ng examiner? So, appearance, which includes folds and creases, yung lukot, tsaka yung tupi ng papel. Creases is lukot. Then the odor, impressions caused by transmitted light, presence of discoloration in daylight and under the UV light. Then, can also identify the presence of watermarks. So, ano yung watermarks? Watermarks are designs or distinctive marks placed on the paper at the time of its manufacture. So halimbawa, You're a graduate of Philippine College of Criminology. So you have received your transcript of record. So may watermark yan, which is designed only for the transcript of record from PCCR. Ganon, no? Ang watermark na yon, ang may karapatang gumamit nun is PCCR lang. And then there are also some watermarks wherein may date kung kailan na manufacture yung paper na yan. So that's why in some cases, no, watermarks will determine the approximate age of the paper. Kasi may date yung watermarks, which is of course invisible with the naked eye. Makikita lang yun under the fluorescence. Okay? Or the UV light. Then physical test causing no perceptible change. So a test applied on paper without perceptibly changing or altering the original appearance of the document. So what are these? This includes length, okay, measurement of length, width, thickness, weight per unit area, then the color, texture, gloss, then microscopic examination for the presence of what they call this, foreign substances, dirt, presence of what they call this, discoloration, no ba, unwanted fibers, mga ganon. And then we have opacity and translucency. So from the word opaque and translucent. So one characteristic that the chemist will determine is whether the paper is opaque or not. So opacity means the quality by which paper does not allow light to pass through. And then it's the opposite of translucent. Then number 3 and number 4, we have the physical test causing a perceptible change. No? So ito, yung number 1 and number 2, okay lang yun. Kahit walang authority na galing sa order na galing sa korte, kayang gawin na ng chemist yun. Pero yung number 3, since this will destroy the document, it should be an order coming from the court. No? So what are these tests causing a perceptible change? So we have bursting strength or pop test. So what will happen? Of course, the document will be destroyed here. So this is used to test the strength of paper. So it is done by applying apparent pressure necessary to burst a hole in a sheet when properly inserted in a suitable instrument. So this is an instrumental method class, no? So ini-insert dito yung papel, tapos hanggang sa mabutas yung papel, and then the machine will register the amount of the pressure which is needed to burst a hole or para masira yung papel. Gaanong kataas o kababa yung pressure na kailangan. I-register lang nung instrument yon. Okay, so madali. What's the purpose of this? This is for comparative examination, guys, no? Comparative, comparing the question and that of the standard document. Halimbawa, dalawang document yan, no? One, what do you call this? Yung isang tao, i-claim niya, ito yung original. Tapos yung isa, i-claim niya, ito rin yung original. So, which is original? I-compare nila ngayon yun. O kaya i-compare kung iisa yung pinanggalingan ng document na yun. So, one way to identify whether they are identical or not, or whether isa fake, isa hindi, is through this bursting strength or pop test. So, the same way with the folding endurance test. Wait lang. Okay, so folding endurance test, this is also an instrumental method. So anong gagawin ng itatapat, ipapasok na naman doon sa instrument yung paper. Then the instrument will register the number of alternate folds the paper will stand before breaking. So comparative analysis na naman yan. Yung isa question paper, yung isa standard paper. Magkaparehas ba yung bilang ng folds na gagawin ng instrument sa papel bago mag-break or bago mapunit? So that's the question there. Then next we have the accelerated aging test. So a chemist can readily identify, guys, whether a document is artificially aged or not. So how? Kasi there are some ways of artificially aging a document. Okay, one is soaking the document in coffee or tea solution. So ano mangyayari sa document pag binabad sa kape or binabad sa tea? So syempre luluma yung itsura ng papel. What else? Ironing, exposing it to heat. Okay, so those are artificially aging the document. But it's very easy to determine whether a document is artificially or naturally aged. Saan? Color, no? The color of a naturally aged document is unevenly distributed. While an artificially aged document, the color is evenly distributed. Lalo kung nakasalansan ng document, di ba? Yung exposed na part ng document, yun lang yung kulay brown. Then yung hindi masyado na-expose sa air, kulay puti pa rin yun. So ang discoloration niya, uneven. Same way with the odor. Ang layo ng odor ng artificially aged na document sa naturally aged na document. Okay? And then we have the absorption test. So what is to be observed here is the rate of absorption of the question and then compare it with the rate of absorption of the standard. So orasan kung gaano katagal mag-absorb ang paper using any solvent, no? When it is soaked, yung isang dulo ng papel will be soaked vertically into the test reagent, tas oorasan. So this is also one way of determining whether the composition of the paper are the same or not. Okay. Then we have the chemical test. So what's the purpose of the chemical test? Chemical test is used to determine the fiber, the loading, and the sizing composition of paper. So, especially the fiber, so sa fiber naman, no, this is again to determine whether two pieces of paper have the same fiber components or not, no? Through chemical test. O ano yung mga examples ng chemical test na kailangan dyan? So we have chloroglucine, aniline sulfate, we have potassium in iodine in Ki. So ipapatak lang yan sa paper, no? And then titingnan yung color reaction under the microscope. Tapos i-compare yung question pati dun sa standard. So once the color reaction in the reagents are the same, so definitely those two documents are the same in fiber composition. Tapos, yung sizing material naman, we can be able to identify that using chemical test ulit. So like for example, we have detection whether starch is present in a paper sample. So all we need to do is to directly add starch, iodine to the paper. So ano ang magiging result niyan? Magbo-blue, guys, yung paper pagka may starch yan after adding iodine solution. Okay, what else? Presence of gelatin. How do we know that a paper or a piece of paper or a piece of document contains gelatin? Okay, so this is with the addition of the tannic acid. So pagka may gelatin, yung paper sample natin, no? Yung tubig kung saan pinakuluan yung paper sample after adding tannic acid will produce a yellow precipitate. May mamumuo na yellow solid doon once na may gelatin. Tapos, ang presence ng rosin naman that can be identified by testing the paper directly with ether. So what will happen? Magkakaroon ng brown ring yung papel kung may ether talaga yon. Pero kung wala kayong makitang ether, wala kayong makitang brown ring after dropping the ether solution, that means walang rosin yung papel. Tapos yung ano naman, yung what's the other one? Casein, no? This is determined by adding millions reagent to the paper directly. What's the color? Pink. Ayan. So those are the different tests which are applied under the chemical test to identify the presence of the sizing material present in paper samples. Tapos, yung loading materials naman, that can be determined analytically. So, i-ash yung paper, no? Susunugin yung papel muna at an extreme heat, ilalagay sa crucible porcelain yung paper sample. Tapos susunod, hindi direct heating yun na, ilalagay sa crucible porcelain yung papel until it will be heated using extreme heat. Tapos hanggang sa maging abo yung papel, and then it will be determined with the presence of calcium or barium sulfate. So analytical process yan. Okay. Next we have the ink, no? So hindi natin matatawag na document yan kung walang sulat or walang ink. All right. So there are different types of ink. We have galotanic, and then we have logwood, nigrosin, carbon, and then we have ballpoint pen ink. So galotanic nung araw ginagamit pa yan. Sa ngayon, hindi na masyado to. So this is used for making entries in record books and for business purposes. Ganon din si logwood, no? Ang logwood ink naman galing sa dagta ng puno yan, then added with potassium dichromate. Then we have nigrosin ink. So nigrosin, we have carbon ink galing sa coal tar products. Alam niyo yung pinaka-residue ng petroleum product. No, so kung saan galing yung kerosene, diesel natin, gasoline, may solid waste yan. Actually, hindi naman talaga siya waste. Kasi kino-convert ito into carbon ink, into nigrosin ink, o kaya shoe polish, mga ganyan. Yun yung solid waste ng ating petroleum products. So ginagawang ink, ginagawang carbon ink, ginagawang nigrosin ink. The only difference between the nigrosin and the carbon ink, yung nigrosin pwedeng mahugasan using water, no? So soluble sa water yan. While yung carbon ink, hindi natutunaw sa water. So yun yung ginagamit sa indelible ink, yan yung ginagamit sa refill ng mga pilot natin, mga pencil pen natin, yung carbon ink. So carbon ink is the oldest known type of ink, which is also produced by the Chinese people. Okay, the word paper, by the way, class, no, came from the word papyrus, no? So this is the first ever writing material which was used, or which was used by the Egyptian people. So sa Egypt nag-originate yung word na papyrus, which means paper. Okay. Then we have the colored writing ink. So yan yung pinaka-common. No, alam niyo yung ginamit niyo ng elementary ko na iba't ibang kulay ng pencil pen o col. Isang set yan. That's the colored writing ink. Then we have the ballpoint pen ink. So this is made up of light fast dyes. So mga jobos yan. Soluble in glycol type solvents such as carbitol, glycol, or oleic acid. Ma'am, ano to mga to? These are organic solvents class, organic liquid. No? So napapansin nyo, pagka nasulatan ang uniform natin nung araw or hanggang ngayon, no? Pag nasulatan yung damit natin ng ballpoint pen ink, hindi natatanggal. Kasi hindi siya pwedeng matunaw sa water. It's only dissolved, or it can only be dissolved in these organic solvents such as oleic or glycol and then carbitol. All right, the best method of determining ballpoint ink is through paper chromatography. So what's paper chromatography? This is the process of partitioning a sample between the liquid phase, which is the solvent, and the solid phase, which is the paper. So it is a reliable procedure that can be adapted to identify and compare ballpoint pen ink. So ano ang purpose ito? So halimbawa, we have two documents, no? So kine-claim na itong document na to, iisang ink ang ginamit na pansulat. So to prove whether these ink samples are identical or are the same, we can be able to apply the paper chromatography. So this is done by extracting first the ink writings from the two pieces of document separately, syempre. Tapos, it will undergo the paper chromatography using a strip of filter paper. I-spot yung ink doon. Tapos, ilulubog yung filter paper sa isang solvent but not the spot of ink. So, yung pinakadulo ng filter paper, ilulubog sa solvent like ammonium hydroxide or ethyl alcohol. So, yun ang pinaka-solvent. What will happen? The ink will migrate. So, matutunaw daw yung ink, then will produce different colors. No? So, kung halimbawa, yung question ink natin, pati yung standard ink natin, magkaparehas yung color na mapoproduce, ibig sabihin, identical sila. Then, the number of colors should be considered also, and then the order of the color. Kasi magmamigrate, tatakbo yung ink doon sa filter paper. Aangat yun habang umaangat din yung solvent kung saan nilubog yung filter paper. Okay, so it will identify whether two ink writings are identical or two ballpoint pen inks are identical or not. Kung yun ay ginamit ba sa dalawang document ay parehas o hindi. Okay, and then we have the different tests for ink. We have physical and then we have chemical. So, ang physical, kayang gawin ng question document verifier yan. Why? This is a determination of the color and presence of erasures. We have alterations, obstruction of sizes with the use of stereoscope, hand lens, or microscope. Kaya nang gawin ng signature verifier yan. Pero definitely, yung chemical test, ang may gawa niyan, or ang gagawa niyan is the forensic chemist. So this is a simple test wherein different chemical reagents are applied to the ink strokes to determine color reactions and solubility. So comparative examination na naman to. Compare kung nadidissolve ba o hindi nadidissolve yung ink writings sa certain reagents like sodium hydroxide, potassium hydroxide, diluted hydrochloric acid, nitric acid, acetic acid, and so on. Tapos may mga salts din. Okay, and then we have determination of the approximate age of document. Kaya ba natin malaman yung approximate age of document? Okay, so yes, no? Through the age of the paper and the age of the ink. So how do we determine the age of the paper? So through chemical examination and also through the presence of watermarks. No? So, yung chemical examination kasi, that is to determine the composition of the paper. So, once na nalaman na natin, na-identify na natin components ng paper, wait lang guys. All right. So, watermarks, as I said earlier, no, some producers or some manufacturers emboss the date of the production of the paper or the production of the paper through the watermark. Nilalagay nila kung kailan pinroduce yung papel. And then how about the age of the ink? So sa age of the ink, we have no definite procedure for that, no? So katakot-takot na research ang ginawa ko dyan pero wala akong mahanap. So the only thing is that malalaman kung luma yung ink or not because most of the time, ang ink natin is black. So kung black ink yan, it even becomes darker as time passes by. So instead na mag-lighten yung color or mag-fade yung color, lalong mangingitim yan. No? So meaning pala, so to conclude, the age of the document is determined through the age of the paper. Hindi masyado sa age of ink. Then other aspects of document examination, we have illegible writings. Okay. So illegible writings are unnecessary writings that are not capable of being read. So these are usually made on checks, birth certificate, passport, transcript of record. So this can only be seen using UV light. So tulad nga nung nabanggit ko kanina, if you are a graduate of your own school, may sariling writings yan, sa ano na lang, sa money natin, no? Halimbawa, 100. Merong nakalagay na 100 sa gitna, but it's not visible with the naked eye. Makikita lang natin yung 100 na yun pagka tinapat, nasa gitnang-gitna yun. Pag tinapat natin sa UV light yan. Okay, so illegible writings yun, unnecessary writings yun. Then we have obliteration. What do you mean by obliteration? Obliteration means obscuring of writing by superimposing ink, pencil, or other marking materials. So, ibig sabihin, meron ng sulat, tapos papatungan pa natin ng iba pang sulat. We call that as obliterated writing. Then we have indented writing. So, halimbawa, sumulat tayo sa isang pad paper, no? Isang buong pad paper 'yon. Bumakat doon sa sunod na bond paper, sunod na paper. So yung bumakat doon, we call it indented writing. Then we have sympathetic or invisible ink. So these are substances used for invisible writings. So siguro naranasan niyo yung maglaro ng binubunot sa tindahan. Then you're going to soak it with water. So that's an example of invisible ink or secret ink, no? So actually, ang writing na yon is made up of diluted acids. So acetic, nitric, saka sulfuric acid. Kaya pag binasa, lumalabas yung color. Because water treatment is one method of developing such invisible ink. Now, there are several invisible inks that can also be used at home, no? Mga improvise yan, like lemon, juice, we have milk, sugar, pwedeng maging invisible ink yan. But, they can be developed, they can be visible once they are being developed. So, ano yung method ng development nito? By heating. Idadarang yung paper sa init, tapos lilitaw yung sulat. So, eto ginamit ni Rizal to dati, na pinadalhan siya ng sulat ng mga katipuneros. So, para hindi mahuli ng mga Spaniards yung sulat na yon, they use invisible ink. So, nung nakarating yung sulat kay Rizal, ininit niya, tapos doon na nakita yung mga kung ano yung nilalaman ng sulat na yun. So, that's an example of an invisible ink. Then we have contact writing. So these are mga blank paper that may contain traces of ink because of previous contact with some writings. Mga ano to, accidental writings na to. Okay. So that ends our document examination. Can we have a 10-minute break? 10 minutes? And then after that, we'll proceed to metallurgy na tayo. Metallurgy. We have soil analysis, DNA, drugs, and then we have forensic toxicology. O, ituloy-tuloy na natin. Kasi lang gusto ko sumubo. Sandali lang, ha? Okay. Kahit konti lang. Kahit 5 minutes lang. So, bakit kumonti kayo? Tulog na yung iba? Coffee break. Okay. 10 minutes, okay. All over the Philippines ba ito? May taga Mindanao ba dito? Cagayan, Isabela. Butuan. Pangasinan. All over the Philippines na. Davao. Okay. Cagayan Valley. I am from Cagayan. I'm a graduate, maraming Bisaya. Mag-graduate of Cagayan State University during my undergrad. Tuigaraw. Maraming Cavite. Very good. Okay, I hope. Good luck sa board exam. Sultan Kudarat. Bicol. Okay, very good. Puro mga criminologists pala to. Mga future criminologists. No? I would like to share dalawang anak kong criminology graduate. Okay. Naimbag nga Rabi Imam. Magandang gabi daw. Jen San, shout out butuan. Okay. So good luck sa lahat. I hope makapasakay ka agad ng kasabay nyo yung hopefully makakasabay nyo yung dalaga kung mag-take na exam. Pero nasa PNP na siya. What she used is civil service. Agyaman, ma'am, sapay ito makapasa kami amin. Oo nga, kaya yan. Kayang-kaya nyo yan. Kayo na yung curriculum eh. Actually, ang panganay ko is a criminologist. No, nasa jail na, BJMP. Then yung pangalawa ko is also a criminology graduate. Hindi pa siya pumasa ng board exam pero nasa PNP na. Okay, ang ginamit niya is civil service. Kaya ako may puso talaga ako sa mga criminologists. Then most school, I'm handling criminology students. Wait lang ha. Continue. Marathon ng kain. Let's go to chemical aspects of the tapos na tayo dyan. Metallurgy. Alright, so, maririnig niyo ako? Ayan. Alright, so we have metallurgy, the next topic. So what's metallurgy? So it's a branch of science that deals with the art of extracting and working on metals by the application of physical and chemical knowledge. So what's the purpose of this? No? So these are the application. We have robbery, theft, bomb and explosion, mail examination, counterfeit coins, restoration of tampered serial numbers, especially yung restoration of tampered serial numbers. Tapos bakit nasama ang nail examination dyan? So nail examination, baka ang pumasok sa isip nyo is yung pako. It's not, no? It's examination of our nails, fingernails, toenails, no? Which is to identify the presence of metallic fragments, no? So lalo sa mga poisoning cases. Yan. Then we have counterfeit coins. So ano yung counterfeit coins? Counterfeit coins are coins which are made to imitate the real thing and used for gain. So ito yung mga pinipeke na coins which are valuable. Yung mga sobrang mahal na coins, no? Mga special na coins yan, mga limited edition na pagkatagalan magmamahal yan. So yun yung mga coins. Now, it is referred as counter coins pagka ginaya yon no? Pag pineke na yung coins na yon, then they are being used for gain. And there are two types of counterfeit coins. We have the cast coins and then we have the struck coins. So if we say cast coins, these are coins made on molds. So itong mga perpetrators natin, mga syndicate natin, gumawa ng molde, no? To copy the design of those authentic coins. And then we have the struck coins. They use, these are coins made by striking or stamping method, and they use blank metals here. Then all they have to do is to stamp the design of the coin. So ang tanong, can investigators and experts detect whether coin is counterfeited or not? Yes. So yes, the answer is yes, of course. Now, through spectroscopic analysis, they can be able to identify whether these coins were counterfeited or these coins are authentic or original. Okay, so may mga instrumental methods na tayo na ginagamit para ma-detect kung yan ba ay counterfeit or hindi. Alright, so next we have the macro etching. So macro etching is a process which is usually applied to the restoration of tampered serial numbers, no? So known as acid etching method, so it involves the application of chemical solution on a metallic surface where the serial numbers are embedded and observing any chemical reaction that may take place. So anong mga bagay-bagay o may mga serial numbers, no? Which are usually involved in theft and robbery, carnapping, mga ganyan. So we have motor vehicles, mga chassis ng sasakyan, mga firearms. Yan yung usually may mga serial numbers. Okay, so it's very important to register such a serial numbers, no? Especially the two mentioned. Kasi nga, baka mamaya, mapagkamalang pagnakaw ang gamit mo kung hindi yan nakaregister. So let's say these engines, car engines, nire-register talaga sa LTO yan. Even these mga firearms, so nire-register din yan para malaman, para matrace yung origin ng mga firearms na yan. So what's the purpose? Now, to determine whether or not serial numbers of firearms and motor vehicles are tampered. Nabura ba yan o hindi? So yun yung tanong. Then it is used to restore the original numbers or articles in question. So what's the importance? So conflicting claims of properties recovered by investigators can be resolved. Kasi nga makikita na yung na-restore na yung numbers. So syempre, kung maraming nag-claim yan, malalaman talaga kung sino talaga may-ari yan. Kasi may kaakibat na paper yan, may documents yan eh. The property found in the possession of the suspect can be proven that it is actually owned by the victim. Then investigative lead from the article or the property that may have been taken from the scene of the crime can be established. Okay, kung nakaw yan, kung may nakuhang, let's say, vehicle sa isang crime scene, through the restoration of the serial numbers, it can be identified also, or it can give an investigative lead. Malalaman kung, halimbawa, may nakareport na nakarnap na sasakyan, then merong isang crime scene, may na-recover na sasakyan, then ko-compare nila yung, kung tampered at numbers niyan, i-restore muna and then to identify that vehicle or the serial numbers. So these are the chemicals used or reagents used in macro etching. So may kanya-kanyang etching fluid ang tawag sa kanya, guys, no? Chemicals or the reagents used to restore tampered serial numbers are called etching solutions or etching fluids. So may kanya-kanyang etching fluids sa bawat klase ng metal. So we have for iron and steel. So usually ang mga serial numbers ng mga sasakyan, serial numbers ng baril or ang baril gawa yan sa iron and steel. So what is applied is we have solution number 1 and solution number 2. So solution 1 is a mixture of copper chloride, hydrochloric acid, and water. Then solution number 2 is we have the 15% nitric acid, which can be applied, no, into the tampered numbers alternately by swabbing. So sinuswab yan hanggang sa lumitaw yung erase or yung tampered na numbers. Okay. Then for aluminum, sa halimbawa, ang serial number naman ay naka-emboss sa aluminum. Ang etching fluid na dapat gamitin is nitric acid. So it's a mixture of nitric acid, glycerin, and hydrochloric acid. Then for lead, it is glacial acetic acid and water. Then for silver, it is concentrated nitric acid. So napansin nyo, lahat sila puro acid, no? So which is why macro etching is also known as acid etching method. Okay? Now, what is the principle involved here? So sobrang mahaba to. So to shortcut it, so the simplified principle behind the restoration of tampered numbers is the difference in the rate of solubility of the disturbed and undisturbed particles of the metal will make it possible to restore the tampered numbers. Okay, what do you mean by this? So, halimbawa, na-tamper yung numbers, na-erase yung numbers. So, since sariwa yung pagkakatamper na numbers, sariwa yung na-disturb yung paligid ng numbers na yon. So, that's the possibility of restoring it kasi nga sariwa yung part na yon, no? Nagalaw yung microstructure ng metal. So, that's the reason why it can be possible to restore the numbers. Kasi mas madaling mag-react ngayon yung na-disturb na particles ng metal. No? Ang question is it always possible to restore tampered serial numbers? Plus, the answer is no. No? Pag ang tanong, is it always possible? The word always. No? The answer is no, especially if the filing is too deep. So, meaning, pag sobrang lalim, yung pagkakabura ng mga serial numbers, we can no longer restore them. Kahit ubusin pa natin yung chemicals natin, hindi na natin ma-restore yan. Pero kung ang tanong, is it possible to restore? Yes naman, no? Through the application of physical and chemical knowledge. But not always. Okay, tandaan niyo yun. Next, we have foot impression and tool impression. So, what is an impression? So it is a strong mark produced by pressure that goes below the surface. So it refers to a stamp, form, or figure resulting from physical contact, and it causes damage to an object. What are some examples of this? An example ng my impression, we have shoe prints, tire marks, footprints, ganyan. So what is its value? In scientific criminal investigation, the problem of reproducing the faithful representation of an object is of great evidential value. So this is the basis of establishing a conclusive link between a suspect and that of the crime scene. So halimbawa, may mga shoe prints na naiwan sa crime scene. Then it so happened that a suspect was apprehended. So of course, pag nanghuli ng suspect last, pati mga belongings niyan confiscated. Okay? So itatrack down nila yung sapatos na gamit ng suspect na yun kasi nga nakapag-collect ang mga investigators ng shoe prints sa crime scene. Halimbawa, malambot yung lupa. So meron silang na-reproduce na shoe prints doon. So they have to look for the shoes of the suspect to be submitted for comparative examination. Okay? So magkakaroon ngayon ng link. It will give a conclusive link between the suspect and that of the crime scene. Ang tanong, galing ba talaga yung suspect doon sa crime scene? So malalaman lang natin because of the comparative examination of the collected shoe prints or the reproduced shoe prints and that of the design of the shoes of the suspect. Okay? So impressions made by shoe, tool, or other articles is based on the theory that no two physical objects are alike. Hence, The impression made by such object often is marked by uniquely identifying characteristics. So wala daw bagay na parehong-pareho. Meron at merong pagkakaiba yan, which is why it is possible to determine these shoe prints, these footprints, and so on. All right. So we use what we call moulage. No? So this is the faithful reproduction of an impression with the use of a casting material. So minsan, na para sa ibig sabihin ng casting sa moulage, no? So casting is the process. Ang moulage, this is used in plastic shoe prints. Yung casting naman, no, pwede sa latent, pwede sa patent. So casting is the process of replicating 2 or 3-dimensional prints or marks. So it is used to reproduce or replicate tire marks, footprints, shoe prints. So parehas lang ibig sabihin ng moulage sa casting. They are both process of replicating these shoe prints, footprints, and then we have tire marks. So moulage or casting can be done with the aid of what we call a casting material. So what is a casting material? So it is a material which can be changed from a plastic or liquid state to the solid condition. Okay, so solid yan, tapos ililiquify muna, then from the liquid substance, magiging solid pa rin yan. So like for example, yung plaster of Paris, and then we have the dental stone. So dental stone, yan yung ginagamit ng mga dentist para panukat ng pustiso. So we can also use that in replicating shoe prints, tire marks, and then we have footprints. Okay, so they are chemically known as calcium sulfate. So parehas calcium sulfate ang plaster of Paris sa dental stone. The only difference is that yung dental stone ay dehydrated, wala na siyang water molecule. So it is more durable than that of the plaster of Paris. Pero parehas naman silang calcium sulfate. Then we have shoe prints. So this refers to the impression of shoes left at the crime scene, which can be of great information to the forensic investigator. And we have 3 kinds of shoe prints. We have patent shoe prints, we have latent, and then we have the plastic. So if we say patent shoe prints, these are clearly visible and come from tracking through a substance like paint or dirt and leaving behind each time a step is taken. So, halimbawa, doon sa crime scene, naapakan ng suspect yung blood ng victim. Okay, there is a pool of blood. Sobrang dami ng blood. Naapakan niya ngayon yan. So, sa bawat hakbang na gagawin niya, may bakas na naiiwan. So, we call that as patent shoe prints. Okay? Nakaapak ng paint doon sa crime scene yung suspect. So, bawat hakbang niya may maiiwan na marka. So, we call that as patent shoe prints. Okay, how about the other one? We have latent shoe prints. So, pag sinabi nating latent shoe prints, these are not visible to the naked eye and often occur on hard surfaces like glass or concrete. Makikita ba natin yan? Okay, so this can be done through UV light, no? So padidilimin yung lugar, and then those invisible, no, with the naked eye, na shoe prints can be visible. So paano kinokollect yan? By lifting method, parang nag-collect ng fingerprint. Dusting and lifting method. So that's the process of collecting these latent shoe prints. How about the plastic shoe prints? So these are made on snow or mud. So pag malambot yung lupa, tapos lumubog ang sapatos, may maiiwang bakas doon. We call that as plastic shoe prints. Okay, I hope you experience how to prepare Kaso lang, kayo na yung mga product ng online, ano? Hindi nyo naranasan mag-paraffin test, maggawa ng shoe cast from a crime scene. So, ayan. So, those are the different shoe prints. Sino nakaranas? Sa paraffin nagawa nyo. Very good. At least kahit online nagawa nyo yung paraffin cast. Itong malage, hindi nyo naranasan. Alright, so next we have tire impression. So parehas lang, no? So the method of collecting this tire impression or tire marks is also with the use of these casting materials. No? So ika-cast din yan. No? So tire impression refers to mark left by tires on the surface onto which a vehicle drove. So dito, once tire impressions or tire marks were left in the crime scene, then it so happened that may recover na vehicle, no? So, i-compare na naman ngayon ng investigators yung design ng tire tsaka yung tire marks na na-collect or na-replicate galing sa crime scene. Okay. So, we have the laboratory examination of shoe prints and tire impressions. So, what are applied are the comparative and investigative. So comparative examination is conducted to determine whether a known shoe or tire made the impression. Nasabi ko naman kanina yan. So wear patterns, design characteristics, accidental characteristics, and the characteristics of impression evidence that help facilitate a comparative examination. So yung mismong design ng sapatos, i-compare doon sa design ng replicated cast. So same with tire impressions, then we have shoe impressions. Then we have investigative examination. So investigative examination is conducted on impression to provide information regarding manufacture or design descriptions that can provide investigative leads. So lagi naman magkasama yung investigative lead, investigative examination sa comparative. Pag nag-investigate ka, nagko-compare ka na. Okay? Or the investigative examination is done by, of course, the investigators. Tapos yung comparative examination is done by the forensic chemist or the expert. Okay. So they goes hand in hand. Then we have tool marks. So bakit importante din ang tool marks? So a tool mark refers to the impression left by the contact of a tool or a similar object onto a surface. So when a tool mark, so this is the principle involved here. When a tool or object strikes the surface with sufficient force to create an indentation, the pattern of this tool is permanently reproduced onto that surface. So, ibig sabihin, yung pinaka-design daw ng tool, maiiwan doon sa surface nung kung saan tumama yung force na yon. So, this is especially helpful in theft and robbery cases. Okay, sa robbery cases, lalo kung may mga nasirang mga padlock, ganyan. Tapos, the tool that inflicted the damage so that the perpetrators could enter the premises is hammer. Tapos, naiwan yung hammer doon sa crime scene. So, i-compare na ngayon. So, comparative and investigative examination is again applied to the recovered let's say hammer and that of the injury or the indentation on the surface of the, let's say, padlock yan or lock. No? So, pinokpok ng hanger. So, hammer, I should say, may iwan yung design ng hammer doon sa, lalo kung it's made up of metals o bakal yan, may iwan yung design ng tools doon. So, it's possible then to trace kung anong klaseng tool ang may gawa doon sa mga indentations na yon. So, we have characteristics of tool marks. So, the chemist can be able to identify this. So, class characteristics. Ano ibig sabihin ng class characteristics? So, these are measurable features of a specimen which indicates a restricted group source. Halimbawa, 1,000 hammer yan. So, group, ang pinaka-design nun, ang tawag doon class characteristics ng 1,000 na hammer yan. Yung individual characteristics naman, these are marks produced by random imperfection. So, pumalya yung makina na gumawa doon sa 1,000 na hammer. So, medyo tumabingi yung iba kulang-kulang yung metal. So, we call that as individual characteristics. So, these individual characteristics will now identify whether a certain tool in question is the one that inflicted the indentation onto that surface. So, yung individual characteristics ang magsasabi niyan. So, we have types of tool marks. So, ano nga alamin ng chemist? Gawa ba yan sa slip, or is it a slip impression or a molded impression? So, what is a slip impression? So, slip impressions take place as the tool drag or slide across the surface. Ito yung multiple application of the tool. So, resulting tool marks are series of striations, no, running parallel to each other following the direction of the drag. So, halimbawa, yung nilagari na bakal. So, paulit-ulit na application ng tool, we call that as slip impression. Ang molded impression is a one-time application only. So, halimbawa, isang hammer, isang pukpukan lang dyan sa nail. No? So, we call that as molded. O kaya yung stamping method, that is a molded impression. All right, so note, there are some instances that tool marks are made of a combination of molded and slip impressions. So examination of tool impression is done by comparative microscopic examination, the purpose of which is to determine or to show that the impression was made by a particular tool in question. Okay, so i-establish lang nila yung identity ng tool in question. Ito ba yung may gawa? Nasabi ko na, ito ba yung may gawa doon sa sira, doon sa padlock, sa lock o hindi? So, yun lang yung i-establish yan. Especially kung yung mga tools na yon ay na-retrieve sa possession ng mga suspect. So, pwede yun. No? So, this can be used as a physical evidence against that suspect. Alright. So, tapos na tayo dyan. Let's go to soil analysis. So, magkakasunod na to. Petrography. Saan ka? Letter S. Ayun. Okay, our next we have petrography. Petrography as applied to crime detection. All right. So, this is the application of soil to scientific criminal investigation. So, the value of soil as evidence in scientific criminal investigation depends wholly upon the fact that soil differs in various characteristics over the surface of the earth. So, meaning, ang soil daw sa iba't ibang place magkakaiba yan. Especially, example is the density. So, halimbawa sa harap ng bahay namin, iba yung characteristics ng soil dito, doon sa soil, doon sa kabilang kanto. Ganun. So, magkakaiba ng characteristics yan, magkakaiba ng nature yan. So, soil is referred to as the naturally occurring organic materials found on the Earth's surface. So, we have types of soil. Huwag na natin anuhin yan. So, petrography. So, the word petrography refers to the branch of geology that deals with the systematic classification and identification of rock-forming minerals, rocks, and soil. So, it also includes the study of dust, dirt, safe insulation, ceramics, and other materials, both natural and artificial. So, these are the analysis of soil or the yes, the analysis employed to soil. We have density gradient analysis. We have other methods. We have spectrographic, X-ray diffraction, thermal analysis, electron microscopic examination. So these are the examinations which are also employed in glass, guys. Oy, na-overlook ko yung glass. No? Ibalikan ko yung glass. So, from the word density, so ano yung alamin dyan? So, again, this is for comparative examination, guys. No? So, halimbawa sa crime scene, tapos yung belonging ng suspect ay may nakuhang mga lupa. So, may soil sample, punong-puno ng soil samples yung shoes ng suspect. So, this can be retrieved as a physical evidence and then questioned yun. Then, soil samples, of course, will be collected from the crime scene. So, yun yung magiging standard soil natin. So, this will be subjected for density gradient analysis. So, meaning, the density of these two soil samples will be analyzed and determine whether they are identical or not. Ano yung density? It's the weight. No? So, weight of these objects or of these soil samples will be compared whether they are identical or not. Kasi nga, from that theory, that soil varies from place to place. So, halimbawa, it so happen na yung density ng soil samples na na-collect dun sa shoes ng suspect ay kaparehas ng density ng soil na galing sa crime scene din, no? Meaning, may possibility na yung suspect na yun galing nga talaga doon sa crime scene. Okay, so it will give a conclusive link between the suspect and that of the crime scene also. Then we have spectrographic analysis, no? Spectrographic analysis is used to detect the presence of trace elements. Kasi may iba't ibang trace elements din ang soil natin. May mga elements din yan. While the X-ray diffraction determines the presence or it determines the composition of the soil. So, loamy soil ba yan? Sand soil ba yan? Silt or clay? Okay, ano yung mga components ng soil na nandyan? Ano yung components ng soil na nakuha dun sa shoes ng suspect? Ano yung components ng soil na nakuha sa crime scene? So, comparative examination ulit babagsak yan. Then we have the thermal analysis. So, from the word thermal, so what is to be compared here is the temperature of the two soil samples. Are they identical or not? Then we have the electron microscopic examination. It has the same objective with that of the X-ray diffraction. So what is to be observed is, or what is to be identified is the composition of the soil. Okay? So, tapos na tayo dyan. Okay, huwag na to. So let's go to, balikan natin yung glass. Hindi ko na touch ang glass. Okay. Okay, so another physical evidence, no, which is usually collected from crime scenes, guys, is we have glass. Okay, kaya ba itong maging evidence? Yes. Okay, so glass is defined as a supercooled liquid that possesses high viscosity and rigidity. So, do you mean by that? Viscous, no? Viscous means malapot na liquid, no? So, pinalamig na liquid yan. And then it's rigid. Once it cools down, it is rigid. Sobrang tigas. So, it is a non-crystalline or non-crystalline inorganic substance. Its composition, so glass is usually composed of oxides like silica or silicon dioxide. So that's the main component of glass, guys, no? Usually in the form of natural sand, no? And two or more alkaline bases such as potassium oxide, so that's the potash, then sodium oxide or the soda lime or the lime or soda. So these are the main component of glass, silica or silicon dioxide. So it also contains trace elements such as scandium, titanium, niobium, strontium, rubidium. So kahit alin dito sa trace elements, meron din ang glass. So depende na lang kung anong klaseng glass yan at depende sa bilang ng trace elements na naroroon sa glass samples. Alright, so there are types of glasses. We have the soda lime glass. Ito yung mga ordinary na glasses natin. So container for soft drinks, mga ganyan. Mga window frames window natin na mga ordinary. Okay, so soda lime yun. While laminated glass or safety glass, this is a glass which is made up of two glasses where a plastic is sandwiched in between them. So anong mga examples ng laminated glass? We have mga windshield na sasakyan, mga sa yung glass sa harap ng bangko, ganyan. So laminated glass or safety glass yan. So meaning, yan, no, hindi basta-basta nasa-shatter yan. Mababasag, pero it will not shatter. Hindi siya babagsak. Kasi nga, may plastic. So it's a plastic which is found in between two pieces of glasses or two pieces of glass. Ayan. So we have tempered. Siguro alam niyo na yung tempered. So anong kaibahan ng tempered sa ibang glass? Ito yung it's made up of soda lime also, but the difference is that it is heated using extreme heat. So it is heated around 524 to 600 degrees Celsius. And it makes it 4 times stronger than that of the window glass, yung soda lime glass. No? So yung ordinary glass, madaling mabali yan. Madaling mabasag, I should say. Itong tempered glass, hindi basta-basta nawabasag kasi nga it is heated at a very high heat. So it makes it durable. Pagka napainitan ng glass sa sobrang taas na temperature, durable yan. Like the tempered glass. Kaya tingnan yung tempered glass, hindi basta-basta nababasag. Kahit gaano kanipis pa yan. Alright, so let's go to the types of glass fracture. So bakit kailangan natin aralin yung glass fracture? So that we can be able to detect the entrance, the exit, let's say, of a person, no, into a building or into a property which is made up of glass, or the entrance and exit of a bullet or force applied to a glass pane. So we have radial. It is also known as primary fracture. So pag sinabing primary, una, yan lang yung pinatatanda ko sa mga estudyante. So it resembles the spoke of a wheel that extends outward from the point of impact. So you have the point of impact, palabas doon sa point of impact. So pahaba ng mga cracks yan, which usually originates opposite where the impact or where the force is applied to the glass pane. Okay, mamaya makikita nyo. Then we have the concentric cracks, which is considered as the secondary. Ibig sabihin, huling crack yan. No? So, nauna yung primary or the radial, unang na-create yun sa glass. Then the concentric is secondary, pangalawang cracks lang. So, it is a cobweb-like structure observed around the point of impact. No, parang cobweb-like structure lang. So this is, let's say, a fracture made on a glass pane. So nakita niyo yung arrow, point of impact. So ang point of impact natin, itong nakikita natin sa harap. No? So once force or once an impact is applied to a glass pane, no? One characteristics of glass is that it tends to bend. But the bending is invisible with the naked eye. So magbe-bend yan, no? So magbe-bend toward the force or toward the impact. So yuyuko dyan sa harap ng impact, but not visible with the naked eye. So ano yung mag-i-stretch? Doon sa likod, yung pinakalikod nitong glass. So mag-stretch doon. Once the stretching limit is reached, then it will start now the formation of the radial crack at the back. So sa back side ng, kasi ano yun eh, yuyuko sa harap kung saan tumama yung force. So may stretch yung likod. So pagka bumalik siya or pagka na-reach na yung limit ng stretching niya, magkakaroon ng crack yung likod ng glass. Now, pag nag-straighten ulit yan, sabi ko nga, the bending is not visible to the naked eye. So pag bumalik sa posisyon niya, yung glass, that's the time that the concentric cracks are produced on the front side. Okay, so dito sa harap na, mag-uumpisang magkaroon ng crack, which is itong pabilog na to, the concentric cracks. So they are produced around the point of impact. Yung mga radial, it starts here and then outward palabas, palayo dito sa point of impact, which originates at the back side or at the rear side of the glass. So malalaman natin kung ang entrance ay dito sa harap o kaya sa likod based on the radial cracks. Okay. So ito yung mechanism ng glass fracture. So magbe-bend siya ng konti. So yung radial cracks mag-originate doon sa likod. Halimbawa, ito yung harap ng glass. Okay. So ito yung likod niya. So ang unang mababasag talaga dyan yung likod niya. Okay. Now, there are some factors to be determined in glass fracture. Sa cause of fracture, bakit may fracture yan? Is it due to natural means or mechanical means? So, yung natural means, example are earthquake, and then we have fire. Okay, like spontaneous combustion. Magkaiba kasi yung characteristics ng cracks na galing sa natural calamities saka mechanical. So from natural means or due to natural means, the cracks shows plain and wavy lines, while mechanical means shows regular patterns of the radial and concentric cracks. So makikita natin yung medyo straight na radial and concentric cracks. Then direction of impact or force or position of the shooter. Halimbawa yung may gunshot wound doon sa glass pane. So through the glass chip out, so yung nag-crack na glass, we can be able to detect or determine the position of the shooter. Okay, so letter A, if the shooter is an angle from the right to the left, so nasa right side yung shooter, tapos nasa left side niya yung glass. So yung pinaka-left side nung glass, yun yung magkakaroon ng heavy chipping. So it's the opposite side. Then vice versa for if the angle is, the shooter is from the left side, yung pinaka-right side, no? Nakalihis siya konti doon sa glass, no? Tapos nasa left side siya ng glass. So yung pinaka-right side ang magsasuffer ng maraming flakings o maraming basag. How about if the gunman is perpendicular to the glass? So the glass chippings are evenly distributed around the hole. Okay? So ayan, dyan mo malalaman kung nasa left side, nasa right side yung shooter o kaya nakatapat siya sa glass nung pinaputokan niya yan. Alright, next we have age of the fracture. So this chemist will determine whether the fracture is an old one or a fresh one. So usually a fresh fracture shows regular pattern of radial and concentric cracks. Sa old naman, there are short extension lines that are observed at the end of the radial crack. So ano yung short extension lines na yun? So ito, so instead na dire-diretsong ganito lang, no? So ito radial to, di ba? So this is the radial. Ngayon, yung extension na sinasabi ito. So, instead na puro ganito lang, may mga, mga additional na extension lines ito. Mga additional yan. So, meaning, bago nakuhanan ng picture itong glass fracture na to, masyado na siyang luma. Okay? Because of the presence of this extension lines. Yung mga maliliit na cracks dyan on the radial cracks. So, old fracture yan. Pero kung puro ganito, ito, puro ganito yung makikita sa fracture. That means it is a fresh fracture. Okay? Sana may naintindihan kayo sa lecture natin. Hindi pa kayo inaantok. Alright, next we have the point of impact. So nakita na natin, so that's the radial and the concentric. Then fractures caused by projectiles. So what are some examples of projectiles? Bullet and a pebble. So when this bullet or pebble struck a glass at a very high speed, we cannot see a radial or concentric crack. So walang radial yan. But instead, it will produce a coning or cratering effect where the exit has a larger hole. So ganoon naman pag nabaril lang isang tao, yung entrance ng bullet is sobrang liit, pero yung loob nun sobrang damage. So ganun din sa glass, no? It will produce a cone-shaped structure. So yung entrance napakaliit, yung exit ng bala is sobrang malaki. Okay, so from this, we can be able to determine kung saan ba nag-exit o saan ba nag-enter yung bala sa isang glass pane. Okay, what's the significance? No? So from the study of the types of glass fractures, as explained earlier, one can determine the following. So point of impact. So saan galing yung force? Is it sa harap ng salamin o sa likod ng salamin? Okay, so how? By studying the radial and concentric cracks, of course. Another, the direction from which the shot was fired. So perpendicular ba yung shooter o kaya nasa left side ng glass o nasa right side ng glass? Then the entrance and the exit hole on the glass. Okay. Then we have two bullet holes on a window pane. So how can we detect if which of these fracture was made first? Alin dyan ang, let's say, A and B? Alin ang unang pumasok dyan? Is it the A or the B? So the answer is A. Okay, ano explanation? The fractures made by the first bullet are complete, especially the radial cracks. Okay, so balikan natin yung ayan. So ito, yung radial cracks ng first bullet natin ay tuloy-tuloy. While the radial cracks of the second bullet are being stopped. So na-interrupt na dyan yan. Nag-stop na siya dyan. Tumigil siya. Bakit? May dati ng basag yan. Okay, so it's very easy then to identify if which bullet entered first when two bullets are found on one glass pane. Okay, through the characteristics of the, especially the radial cracks. Ayan. Then huwag na to. Okay, how about fractures on a laminated glass? So, ano example niyan? So, laminated glass, which is now being used in automobiles, does not shatter when struck sharply. So, frequently, the cracks on laminated glass are not complete. So, the radial cracks do not extend to the side of the impact. No? So, kung kaya tingnan nyo, hindi bumabagsak. Pagka nabato yung windshield ng sasakyan, hindi siya bumabagsak. Kasi, halimbawa, galing sa labas yung force. So, ang magre-radial crack, yung inner part ng glass doon sa loob ng sasakyan. Walang radial dito sa harap. Ang makikita mong fracture sa harap is the concentric cracks. Okay, kaya hindi bumabagsak yan because of the plastic. All right. And then we have the different tests for glass. So the purpose of these tests for glass is to determine the composition, whether they are identical or not. So fluorescence test, so spectroscopic analysis, then we have density, then we have polish marks analysis and the X-ray diffraction. So, kaparehas nung examination sa soil. So, what is to be determined is the composition. No? So, glass composition, is it made up of silicon dioxide only? Is it silicon dioxide and potash? O kaya silicon dioxide and soda lime? O kaya tatlo? So, yun lang yung titingnan dyan sa X-ray diffraction method. And, madali lang yan na trabaho ng chemist kasi mga instrumental methods lang naman to. Okay? Alright. So, tapos na tayo dyan. Sobrang dami. Okay, 55 na lang yung natira kanina. Umabot na kayo ng 80 ah. Tulog na iba. Okay, so tapos na tayo sa soil. We have DNA. Okay, so another topic or physical evidence that's very useful in a crime investigation is we have DNA analysis. All right. What is DNA? So, bakit nag-ano naman na tayo? So, DNA is deoxyribonucleic acid, which is the hereditary material that contains the genetic information necessary for the duplication of cells and production of proteins in all living organisms. So, may kanya-kanya tayong DNA, di ba? So, magkakaiba tayo ng DNA unless, no, yung mga anak ko, kapares ko ng DNA, syempre. So, there will be a match. So, DNA, guys, no, was introduced to crime investigation by Dr. Alec Jeffries, no? So, he was a molecular biologist and at the same time physician, no? And introduced DNA to crime investigation in the mid-1980s, I should say. So, mid-1980s lang nag-start ang gamit ng DNA sa crime investigation. What is its first application? Can you write it on our chat box? Kung anong klaseng physical evidence unang ginamit ang DNA? Do you have any idea? Yan nga, kung may nagsulat sa chat box. Anyone? Oh, inaantok na yung iba from, yes, very good, fingerprint. Okay. So fingerprint is the first application of DNA to crime investigation. And this was introduced by Dr. Alec Jeffries. Okay. So what is this DNA all about? So chemically, it is an acid, no? It is phosphorus rich and contains the ACTG. So ano yung ACTG? These are the adenine, cytosine, thymine, and guanine. So these are the 4 nitrogenous bases which comprises the DNA. So it is a double helix composed of 2 complementary strands. So parang hagdan yan na twisted together. So ganyan ang itsura niya, no? So usually class sa DNA structure, ang laging nagko-combine are the guanine and cytosine. And then we have thymine and adenine. So question, pwede bang magpalit-palit yan? Hindi. Hindi pwede magpalit na ang guanine i-match mo sa thymine. So there will be already an abnormality in the system pagka nagpalit-palit yung pairing nila. Alright, so DNA in forensics, no? So DNA has been a powerful criminal justice tool in the past decade. Human tissues such as hair, blood, semen are often left in places where crimes are committed. So by careful collection, such pieces of evidences have all been used to help identify criminals with incredible accuracy. So DNA can also be used to clear suspects and free persons mistakenly accused or convicted of crimes. So hence, DNA technology plays a very important role in ensuring accuracy and fairness in the criminal justice system. Okay. Nakaano ba kayo? Naka-record ba tayo? Meron. Okay. So, ito yung nasabi natin kanina. So, what are the advantages of using DNA for human identification? So, DNA is stable since it can be isolated from material that is months or even years old. Okay, so kahit 6 na taon na yan, no? Kahit ilang taon na yan, no? Even yung 6 years nang nabaon sa lupa na ano, na bangkay, pwedeng hukayin pa yon. And then, pwedeng makuhanan ng DNA sample yan. Okay, DNA can be obtained from a wide variety of biological sources like blood, semen, hair, saliva, and bones. So, by the way, yung sa hair, guys, no, when collecting hair samples, no, as physical evidence, it should always be with roots. Hindi pwedeng i-cut. Bakit? Kasi doon makukuha sa roots yung DNA. Siya yung main nucleus. So, mababaliwala ang hair samples pag kinat. Should always come with the roots. DNA can be replicated in the lab from a very small amount of initial material through the process called PCR. So, that's the polymerase chain reaction. So, kung paano nire-replicate yung ating swab, no? Yung ating mga saliva for the COVID testing, ganun din ang DNA. Pinapadami yan. PCR is polymerase chain reaction. So, padadamihin mo na yung specimen bago i-compare. Then, DNA show greater variability from one individual to another. So, magkakaiba daw tayo, as what I've said earlier, ng DNA. Maliban na lang kung tayo ay related sa isa't isa. Which is why, this is the reason why it is very specific or it's very conclusive. So, biological evidence, alam niyo na to. Line-up cases, alam niyo na rin yan. So, yung identification of remains from mass disaster cases and missing persons. So, example kung saan ginamit to, guys, ay yung sa Tacloban. Ano nga ba yun? Si Typhoon Yolanda. So, ginamitan yan. What's this? Kay Jovelyn po, baka panipaniwala po na bungo na lang agad. May possible po ba yon? Pagka hindi na, ano, 6, ilang years depende. Sino to si Jovelyn? Kay Jovelyn po ba na kapanipaniwala? Sino to si Jovelyn? I have no idea about this one. Yung nawala ang bagong case. Taga Palawan. Last na nakita sa Robinson. Missing person. Ilang taon na ba? Ilang buwan na bang nanay yan? Even years old pwede. So, may bungo bang nakita? 2 weeks pa lang. So, kung ma-retrieve yung kanyang bangkay, and ma-identify yun. Nag-chismis na, palabas lang nila yun. Okay, so kung 2 weeks pa lang yan, very good. Pagka may na-retrieve na bangkay at meron silang database about the DNA of that person, malalaman kung siya nga yun o hindi. Ganun lang yun. Na-retrieve po, bungo 2 weeks. Parang kalokohan yun. Hindi pwedeng bungo agad yung 2 weeks. Kalokohan yun. Alright, so ayan, no? Identification of remains from mass disaster. Tama, may hair pa. Para case closed na. 2 weeks bungo agad. Luto na. Naluto, tama. Hindi yun hindi yun kapanipaniwala. Alam nyo yan. Kasi mga criminologists kayo Wait lang guys, sandali lang. Sandaling lang, may titingnan lang ako. Alright. So, ayan, ang gamit ng DNA. So, bakit hindi yan nagaan? Lumilipat. So how is DNA analysis done? Dalawa lang yan, napakasimple. We have extraction, tapos comparative examination. So DNA typing is done first by carefully extracting the DNA from the evidentiary sample. So ano yung mga evidentiary sample natin? Pwedeng hair with roots, pwedeng blood, pwedeng semen. So i-extract yung DNA muna doon. Extracting is you have to isolate first the DNA sample from those evidentiary samples. Sino gumagawa niyan? Analytically, ang gagawa talaga niyan, the forensic chemist. Or pwede si medtech. Okay. Then the DNA is then analyzed to give a particular pattern. So the patterns are compared with that of a known individual to determine a match. So pwede tayo sa blood grouping, pwede sa DNA analysis. Malalaman ba kung mag-ama ba yan o hindi? So DNA can give that. Or yeah, blood grouping can give that. So anong pinagkaiba ng DNA sa blood grouping? Parehas conclusive yan. The only difference is that DNA is very expensive. Kaya yung iba, nagre-resort lang sa blood grouping. Okay? So sa ibang bansa, sa mga developed countries, meron silang database. So meron silang base para sa DNA, meron silang base para sa fingerprint, ganon. Dito lang sa atin, wala talaga. So, kaya mabilis silang makatrack down ng mga criminals nila because meron silang database. So ano yun? Yung mga DNA patterns na yan. Okay? So extraction sa comparative examination lang yan eh. Ko-compare lang yung pattern ng dalawa. Alright, next we have the blood alcohol concentration determination. So what's the purpose? So to determine whether a person is intoxicated or not with liquor. To determine the concentration of ethyl alcohol present in the blood sample taken from the person suspected to have been intoxicated with blood. So sino mga involved dito sa traffic accidents, no? And then sexual offenses. Ang may involved lang naman sa alcohol, problema sa alcohol is traffic accident, tapos sexual assault. Yeah. So we have the examinations which is employed. We have the gas chromatography method. Okay, sa ngayon, sa traffic accidents naman, or sa checkpoint, no, meron na tayong tinatawag na breathalyzer, di ba? So, hihipan lang yung breathalyzer na yun para malaman kung ilang percent ang concentration sa katawan ng tao na yun. Okay, so these are the effects. Ito yung pinaka-importante. Effects of blood alcohol concentration. So, from the different percentages given here, we can be able to identify whether a person is deeply intoxicated or not with alcohol. So napansin, kung mababasa nyo to, there is an overlapping of the percentages. So una, 0.01 to 0.10. Tapos sa kabila, 0.05. So nag-overlap, di ba? 0.05 to 0.20. What's the explanation to this? Kanya-kanya tayo ng tolerance sa alak, no? Yung iba, madaling malasing, yung iba hindi. Okay, kaya nag-overlap. Tulad ng apparent stimulation. So, may ibang tao, no? So, yung sanay na sanay na uminom ng alak, no? Up to 0.10% stimulated pa lang sila. So, pagka yung iba naman, 0.05, may konting tama na yan. So that's apparent stimulation. So in here, there is a decreased inhibition, emotional instability, incoordination. So increased inhibition, nawawala yung pagkamahiyain, tahimik na tao pag walang alak yung katawan, pero pag may alak, madaldal, nagiging madaldal. Emotional instability, nandyan yung nagdadrama, o kaya nakakapanligaw, yan yun. No? In coordination, hindi na, wala na sa hulog yung mga sinasabi. So, if it is already confusion, yan yung hindi na alam, blackout na yan. No? Hindi na alam kung paano nakauwi, ganyan. Then we have from 0.35 to 0.50%. So, this is already considered as the person is deeply intoxicated with alcohol. So, this leads to comatose or death. So, yung stupor naman, no? So, there's a marks decrease to stimuli approaching. Malapit na yan. No? Malapit na sa katotohanan. Ito yung mga alcoholic, guys, no? Hindi nakokompleto yung araw nang walang alak. Maraming taong ganyan hanggang sa mamatay na lang dahil sa kainom ng alak. Dalawa lang ang gusto na inumin yan. Red Horse o kaya gin. Yan lang yan eh. Okay? So these are the effects. And alcohol is a neurotic. Bakit neurotic? What is affected is the central nervous system. Okay. So our last topic is toxicology na tayo. Medyo mahaba-haba si toxicology. Matatapos na ito, wala pang 12:00. So we have forensic toxicology. Okay, so this is the study of what? Poison, di ba? Okay, so toxicology, no? From the word toxic, meaning poison. So it is a branch of science that deals with the study of poisons, their origin, physical and chemical properties, physiological action, treatment of their noxious effect, and methods of detection. Okay, so it comes from the Greek word for poison, toxicon. So from the word toxicon, then of course the word logos, meaning scientific study. Okay, so kailan siya pwedeng tawagin forensic toxicology? Kasi pag sinabi natin toxicology, sobrang lawak, no? Pag forensic toxicology, it is the determination of drug use, poisoning, or exposure to toxic substances as part of a legal investigation. So once pumasok na yung legality ng or legal investigation, it's already considered as forensic toxicology. So it was Dr. Matthew Orfila, no, who was a physician at the same time chemist, no, who is considered as the father of modern toxicology. So why? Because he was the one who wrote the book entitled Try to Test Poison. So meaning, the treatment of poison. So it's a compilation of poisons, no? So kinompile niya lahat ang mga poisons and then with their how to treat them. So yun yung book na nilabas niya. All right. So what are the application of forensic toxicology? So drug and alcohol testing, determination of drug overdoses, sexual assault that involves the use of drugs. Kasi minsan lumalakas sa loob ng mga tao, no? Nakakagawa ng offense, sexual offense especially, pag naka-drugs. Then post-mortem examinations. What is this? Autopsy, no? So this is the examination which is made on a dead body. So post-mortem examination. All right, so what is poison? So poison is a substance which when introduced into the body and is absorbed through the bloodstream and act chemically capable of producing noxious effect or even causes death. No? So once na na-harm na yung katawan natin, no, it causes a noxious effect and even cause death, it is now considered as poison. Kahit na ano pa yan. Alright, so there are several classification of poisons according to origin, saan galing yan? According to chemical properties, according to physiological action, and according to form, physical form or state. So let's take out first according to origin. So meron tayong mga poisons na vegetable. Example, we have castor bean. So aside from that, from plants, no? So example, we have yung tuba-tuba. Alam nyo ba yung tuba-tuba? Yung ang dahon niya, tsaka yung bark niya ay gamit, pinantatapal sa pilay. Yung, ano nun? Yung, what do you call this? Yung bunga nun, that's poison. Okay, what else? Marami tayo yung talampunay daw. That's poison. Natutunan ko rin sa mga estudyante ko yung talampunay na yan. Then we have this mga mushroom. May mga variety tayo ng mushroom na poisonous. Okay. Marami. Napakadaming poisons na galing sa plants. Yung welcome plant, yung bulaklak nun, poisonous yun. Alright, now how about animal poisons or toxins? So of course, these are coming from animals, no? Kabote, mushroom, yun nga. Panlaglag ng baby, ano yun? Ano yung panlaglag? Ay, yung talampunay? Hindi ko alam kasi itsura ng talampunay eh. Serpentina is for so hindi pwede sa hindi pwede sa pregnant kasi sobrang pait niya serpentina na yan. Ang serpentina is gamot para sa high blood, di ba? Gamot, yes, gamot sa high blood pero hindi nga pwedeng inumin talaga ng mga may mga buntis kasi nga it's abortive. Okay, basta mapapait hindi pwede sa hindi pwede sa mga syempre except ang palaya, pwede naman kainin 'yan ng Then animal poisons, poisons transferred through bites and stings of marine animals or terrestrial animals. Example, snake venom, ano pa? Sting from wild spiders and ants. Okay. Formic acid, ang acid yun yung galing sa kagat ng mga wild ants and spiders. Then sting from bees, ano pa? Aside from that, marami pa yan. We have yung toxin, example yan is yung red tide, di ba? Galing sa mga contaminated na seashells. No? So red tide, ano rin yan? Animal poison din yan. We have rabies sa aso, tsaka pusa. Ano pa ba? Marami. Okay, frogs. Galing sa Galing sa mga fishes. Ano yung mga poisonous na fish? Janitor fish? Yeah, so sobrang dami ng animal poisons din. Then we have next, mineral poisons. So these are strong acids and strong bases. Example, hydrochloric acid. Ano yung market name ng hydrochloric acid? That's the muriatic acid. Okay, yung liquid sosa, mineral poison yan. Liquid sosa is not an acid. It is a basic substance. No, alkaline in nature yun na sobrang puro din. Then we have microbial poisons. So syempre galing sa microorganisms yan. So bacteria, fungi, these are microbial poisons. And then we have synthetic poisons. So if we say synthetic poisons, those are chemically produced in the lab, no? So dami sa fish. Pusit. Tama, pusit. Pusit? Is it pusit or jellyfish? Stonefish. Okay. Yan. Jellyfish, hindi pusit. May pusit bang nakakain ng pusit eh. Sa synthetic poisons, these are produced in the lab that have useful importance to its purpose but become poisonous when taken into the body. O ano mga examples niyan? Household cleaners, like Clorox, ano pa yan, mga liquid sosa, muriatic acid, yung mga insect spray. So these are synthetic poisons. Drug overdose tulad ng sleeping pills, mga sedatives. Yan. These are synthetic poisons once na taken na into the body. So yung drug overdosage, yan, isa pa yan. Okay, and then we have another classification is according to chemical properties. So we have volatile poisons. So volatile are those poisons that are unstable and easily affected by heat. Ito yung mga madadaling sumingaw na mga poison. So tulad ng muriatic acid, alcohols, yan. Yan yung mga volatile, acetone. Diba? So these are some volatile poisons. Ang non-volatile Ito yung mga stable, hindi basta-basta sumisingaw. Examples, we have tobacco, so nicotine from tobacco. What else? THC from tetrahydrocannabinol, THC from marijuana or cannabinoids. Okay, what else? Organic acids like salicylic acid, mga ganyan. Well, from animal poisons, mga barbiturates, mga galing sa yung mga hindi basta-basta mag-evaporate. Then we have organic poisons pala is the animal poisons, no? So organic poisons, these include glucosides, animal poisons, bacterial poisons, and then alkaloids. So what are alkaloids? Alkaloids are nitrogenous organic basic compound with bitter taste containing usually oxygen that occurs especially in seeds of plants. So meron tayong mga seeds ng plants na poisonous. So just like jowa ko, ma'am, toxic. Iwanan mo na yan kung toxic yung jowa mo. Mag-review ka na lang para maging criminologist ka. Pag naging criminologist ka, and then nakapasok ka sa tri-bureau, ang dami pa ron. Alright, so we have alkaloids. So tulad ng castor bean. So ano yun? Poison yun. That's alkaloid. What else? Yung seeds ng mansanas. Okay, that's poison. Okay, so those are some examples of alkaloids. Then we have inorganic poisons. So poisons that include volatile as well as non-volatile mineral acids, mineral alkalides like sodium hydroxide. So yun yung liquid sosa natin. We have hydrochloric acid. Ayan, mga inorganic yun, yung mga walang carbon. And then we have according to physiological action. So these are, first we have corrosives. So these are highly irritant poisons that causes local destruction of tissues and characterized by nausea, vomiting, and great local distress. So nausea means yung pagkahilo. Okay, great local distress, yung sobrang parang pagod na pagod yung katawan, panghihina ng katawan. So those are the effects of corrosives. Example, we have strong acids, alkalis. So there are some weak people who are into suicide. Tapos ang iniinom, muriatic acid, liquid sosa. Sa palagay nyo, mabubuhay pa yung mga yon? Hindi na. Kasi masusunog yung kanilang mouth up to their esophagus, down to their stomach, intestines. Sunog lahat yan. No? So these are corrosives. Now, how about irritants? So these are poisons that produce irritation and inflammation of the mucous membrane and characterized by vomiting, pain in the abdomen, and purging. So purging is yung bumabaliktad yung sikmura pero wala na siyang maisuka. Example, we have arsenic. So arsenic is an irritant. Alam niyo yung arsenic? This is used as a rat poison or ingredients of rat poison. Okay. Sino ba ang iinom ng ganyan? Alright. Next, we have narcotics. Okay. So what are narcotics? So these are poisons, actually poisons din sila, that produce stupor, complete insensibility, and then loss of feeling. O, alam niyo na kung ano to mga to. Stupor, complete insensibility, nawawala sa sarili, no? Para kala mo nababaliw na. Example, we have cocaine, methamphetamine hydrochloride, no? The shabu, ecstasy, party drugs. Lahat yan. We have heroin, napakadaming narcotics. So, to the extent na yung mga high sa shabu, nangre-rape, pinapatay ang mga kapamilya, di ba? So those are the effects of narcotics kasi nakakabaliw nga. How about neurotics? So poisons that act chiefly on the nervous system, producing delirium, convulsion, and respiration as the outstanding symptoms. Example, alcohol. So yung mga taong alcoholic, no? So what is affected in them is their brain. So masyado sensitive na yung mga yan. Dideliryo, nagko-convulsion. Alam niyo yung mga taong alcoholic, pag hindi nakakainom ng alak, nanginginig ang katawan. So yun na yung respiration, nahirapang huminga, gano'n. Carbon monoxide poisoning. Saan galing ang carbon monoxide? So usually sa exhaust ng mga sasakyan, ang carbon monoxide, automobiles. Then we have opium. So these are all neurotics. Then we have tetanics from the word tetanus. Okay. So ano naman na effect ng tetanus? Bakit nakamamatay ang tetanus? What is affected is the spinal column or the spinal cord. No? So once a spinal cord ang naapektuhan, o ano na? So aangat sa brain natin yan. So producing spasmodic and continuous contraction of muscles as a result of stiffness. So bacteria found in soil, manure, and contaminated drinking water. Kaya tingnan nyo na kami namamatay sa E. coli, yung bacteria sa tubig. May namamatay pag hindi naagapan, di ba? Then we have tetanus, sa mga napapako, ganyan, tapos pinabayaan. Kahit yung kagat ng aso, ang unang tinuturok is anti-tetanus, di ba? So tetanics, yan yung tetanics natin. Then we have depressants or sedatives. So these are agents that slow down or retard or depress the physiological action, slow down the functioning of the brain. So example, we have, pagka hindi mapakali isang tao, hindi nakakatulog, anong ginagawa? Naninigarilyo, pampakalma. Okay, cocaine is actually a sedative. Yun nga lang, overdosage, no? Kaya nagiging narcotics. All right. Next, we have classification of poisons according to form or state. Ano sa palagay nyo yung pinakadelikado sa lahat? In the form of? Yeah, kung may sasagot dito. Ano yung pinakadelikado dyan? It's the, yes, gas. Very good, no? It's the gas, no? Diretso kasi yan sa lungs natin. So once na pumasok na sa lungs natin yan, sasama siya sa blood natin. Okay, it will be absorbed by our blood. Okay, so iba ang vapor. So example ng vapor is yung vapor ng shabu. Aerosol, tulad ng insect spray. So that's aerosol, no? Ayan. Okay, next we have types of poisoning. So there are two types of poisoning. So acute lang sa chronic. So ang tatandaan nyo dyan, acute biglaan. Ang chronic is gradual deterioration. Chronic is yung dahan-dahan. Okay, so acute is one in which there is a prompt and a marked disturbance or death within a short period of time. So, halimbawa, uminom ng liquid sosa, what will happen? Mamamatay ka kaagad yan. O kaya cyanide na lang. Or panlinis ng silver. Diretso yan. That's acute poisoning. Yung chronic naman, that's gradual deterioration of functions of tissues. Example, cigarette. Okay? Ang cigarette will deteriorate, no? Deteriorate slowly your lungs. So that's acute, that's chronic poisoning. Alcoholism is a chronic poisoning. Yan. So tulad ng tatay ko, saan namatay yun? Sigarilyo. No? Okay? So that's chronic poisoning. Drugs, chronic poisoning yan. Okay, acute, biglaan. Tulad naman nagsi-suicide, acute yun. Next, we have a classification of poisons according to the legal point of view. Yung legal point of view. Okay, so we have accidental, we have suicidal, we have homicidal, and then we have undetermined. So pag sinabing accidental, who are usually prone to accidental poisoning? So children, diba? So children yan. One in which the poison was taken without intention to cause death or may be taken by mistake or without knowing that the substance taken was poisonous. So may mga nangyayaring ganyan eh. Saan kumakain ng mga seashells, tapos wala silang ka-idea na may red tide, tapos mapopoison sila, accidental poisoning yun. No? Mga bata sa loob ng bahay, no? Nakadampot ng mineral water, tapos basyo ng mineral water, may laman, yung pala ang laman niya is Clorox na tinimpla ng nanay. So that's nainom ng bata, accidental poisoning. Then we have suicidal. So you have the intent to take your own life. So that's suicidal poisoning. Pag homicidal, so there's no such word as homicidal kasi babagsak yan sa murder. So the medium of causing the death of the victim is by poison. Then we have undetermined. So this one in which the history is hazy as to how the poison was obtained and why it was administered. So karamihan sa undetermined class cause of death is yung sa hospital. Minsan, na dinedeclare ng ano yan, ng doctor yan, undetermined cause of death. No? Means yung pala nagkamali sila sa pagbibigay ng mga gamot. Nilalagay lang nila undetermined. Alright. Now, there are some conditions modifying the action of poison. So yung action daw ng poison depende sa tao. Example, we have age and gender. Okay, what do you mean by that? So let's say in a certain community, sa community natin, nagkaroon ng leak kaagad-agad. So syempre, pag sinabing community, no, all walks of life may tao dyan. Mula maliliit hanggang matatanda, mga bata hanggang matatanda. So may gas leak. So sa tingin nyo, sino yung unang manghina dyan? Syempre yung mga bata at yung mga matatanda. No? So, yan. Nabilaukan, accidental poison. Alright. So, yun. No? So, age and gender. So, pagka bata, tapos mga matatanda, mga senior citizen, sila yung na-expose sa gas. So, sa buong community na, sila yung unang manghihina dyan. Then we have health. Of course, if you are healthy, you're less prone to the action of the poison. But if you are suffering from diseases, no, or from a disease, no, you're easily prone to the action of the poison. Ikaw yung madaling maapektuhan. Okay, may TB ka, nakalanghap ka ng ganon, ikaw ang manghihina, ikaw yung unang manghihina. How about food? Sa palagay nyo, food will delay the action of the poison, di ba? So, halimbawa, dalawang estudyante pumasok sa laboratory, nag-experiment. Yung isa, hindi nakakain ng almusal. Yung isa, busog. No? So, gumawa sila ng experiment na may gas. Sino sa tingin niyo yung unang manghina sa kanila? Yung batang walang laman yung sikmura. So, therefore, food in the stomach will delay the action of the poison. Okay? May pangontra ka, busog ka eh. Then exhaustion. So definitely, if you are always exhausted, ikaw yung madaling kapitan ng poison. Habit. How about habit? How does habit affects the poison? So sa habit, this is the repeated taking of small doses of the drug. So if you have already the habit of taking, o tulad na lang ng alcohol, if you have already the habit of drinking alcohol, hindi ka basta-basta malalasing. Pero kung it's your first time to drink alcohol, ikaw yung madaling malasing. Ganun lang yun. No? Sanay na kumbaga yung katawan mo, na-immune na yung katawan mo doon sa alak. So hindi ka basta-basta malalasing. Okay, so depende nga doon sa individual yan. Now, how about idiosyncrasy? So what is this? So idiosyncrasy is a term applied to individuals who exhibit unusual behavior to certain substances. So like for example, pagka uminom ng beer tapos namumula yung katawan, may konting pantal, we call that as idiosyncrasy. Hindi siya allergy, ha? Kasi kung may allergy ka sa alak, pag inom mo pa lang ng alak, hindi ka na makahinga. Okay, which leads to death minsan pag hindi naagapan. Kaya mamamaga yung buong katawan mo, tapos hindi ka makakahinga. Allergy yon. Pero kung namulala yung katawan mo, o kaya may pantal, pero okay yung respiratory mo, so that's idiosyncrasy. So, it can be overcome. Mawawala din yan later. Okay? Unusual behavior lang yan. Alright. Bukod sa, bakit po ba ang antibiotic kailangan matapos ng 7 days? Okay, so ang antibiotic kasi, no, hindi basta-basta na halimbawa, bacteria yan. You will not be given an antibiotic kung wala ka infection eh. So pag may infection, may bacteria sa katawan mo. Hindi kasi ito namamatay. Hindi ito namamatay basta-basta. So you have to complete the 7 days para mamatay yung bacteria sa katawan mo. Okay? Ano yan? Yung bukod sa tataas ang dosage po. For what? For dosage ng alak? Pag di natapos. Oo, ganun nga yun. Pag di natapos, kailangan mong balikan kasi ang mangyayari dyan, may immune yung sarili mo. May immune yung bacteria doon sa doon sa antibiotics. Kailangan ng alcohol. Kailangan ng katawan natin ng alcohol. Oo. Pero, ano lang yan? Konti lang. Kasi pag nasobrahan naman, wala. Don't you know that, another trivia that I'm going to share with you, may sariling hydrochloric acid yung stomach natin. The muriatic acid that I am telling a while ago. No? Yung hydrochloric acid, meron tayong natural component sa katawan natin yan, no? Which aids in digestion of our food. So, kailangan may acido din yung katawan natin. Okay, what else? Alcohol din, no? Alcohol, kasi it will fight also some of the bacteria that enters our body. Huwag lang sobra. Okay, kailangan din ng katawan natin yan. Okay, kumbaga para ma-immune contact yung katawan natin. All right. Next, we have action of poison attributed to the poison itself. So, gaano kalakas yung tama ng poison? So, depende sa klase ng poison yan. So, like for example, the physical state or form of the poison. So, tulad ng sinabi ko kanina, ang pinakadelikado sa lahat is yung gaseous poison. Kasi diretso na sa lungs natin yan. Pagpasok sa baga, diretso sa blood. Dilution, what do you mean by this? So, diluted poison is rapidly absorbed, then concentrated once, except in cases of corrosive poison. So, mas delikado ang poison pagka napalabnaw. Okay? Or it is easily absorbed, no, than the concentrated ones. Except corrosive. Kasi kung diluted ang corrosive, so just like what one of my reviewee, no, tawag dito, shared last Sunday, no, uminom yung pinsan niya ng muriatic acid. So, ang kanyang first aid, lalo nilang pinainom ng tubig. So, what happened? No? Lalong uminit yung muriatic acid sa kanyang katawan. Patay. No? Kasi corrosive poison yan. So, ibig sabihin, pag nilagyan mo ng tubig yan, lalong iinit yan. So, delikado. Mas delikado yan. Then, we have solubility of the poison. So, the effect of poison is dependent whether it is soluble or not. So, pag natutunaw ang poison, mas delikado yan. So, mas maganda pagka hindi natutunaw. So, just like glass chips. Nakakain ang bata ng bubog. Ang bubog hindi naman natutunaw sa water. So, once na hindi na-harm yung intestinal tract ng bata at nailabas niya through pupo yung glass, ayan, insoluble kasi siya, hindi delikado. Not unlike pagka ang poison ay madaling matunaw, madaling mag-absorb sa bituka yan. Okay, so tingnan natin yung tingnan natin yung comment nyo. Merong bang gamot para saan? Yung tear gas, ma'am. Ang tear gas is, now, pag nakalanghap ng poisonous gas ang isang tao, ang pinaka first aid niyan is to bring that patient in a place where there is fresh air o kaya artificial oxygen. Okay, yung oxygen. Then, anong gagawin po, ma'am, pag nakainom ng muriatic acid? Okay. Ang pinaka, antidote niyan is painumin mo ng magnesium hydroxide. May nabibili sa butika ng magnesium hydroxide para mag-neutralize. Kasi alkaline yung magnesium hydroxide. Acid yung ininom niya para mag-neutralize yan. Parang tubig lang. No? Mag-neutralize yun. Asukal, pakainin ng itlog. Okay. So, depende kasi sa ano yun eh. Depende sa kung anong klaseng poison ang pinasok niya sa katawan niya. First aid, asukal, gatas, ganyan. Kasi lang the best talaga yung magnesium hydroxide na yun. Yung antacid, yun. Kasi na acid yung ininom niya, antacid ay bigay. Kasi nga lang, kung malayo ang bituka, delikado, mamamatay talaga yan. Alright, so next we have the kinds of dose. Dito na ba tayo sa kinds of dose? Hindi pa. So we have the mode of administration at one time. So mode of administration means papaano pumasok yung poison sa katawan ng tao at gaano kadami. So we have close. We have the mode of administration is through ingestion, kinain, through inhaling, what else? Hypodermic injection through the skin. We have intravenous injection. Anong pinakadelikado sa lahat? The intravenous injection kasi diretso sa veins yon. Ano ang nasa veins natin? Blood. Okay, so diretso sa blood natin pag intravenous injection. So tingnan niyo yung mga cases, may mga movies na pag gustong patayin yung pasyente sa loob ng ospital, ini-inject nila diretso doon sa dextrose. Kasi naka-inject yun sa ano, 'di ba? Nakasaksak yun sa veins. Tulog na. Then we have the dosage. Okay, so the dose of the poison, the quantity of a substance to be administered at one time. So, gaano karami yung poison na nabigay or gaano karami yung drugs na binigay mo doon sa tao. Now, there are different kinds of dose. We have safe dose, well, toxic or poisonous dose, lethal, minimum, and then maximum. Pag sinabing safe, one that does not cause any harmful effect. Okay, inom ka ng pang-isang pain reliever, so safe dose yon. Toxic or poisonous dose, one that is harmful to both the healthy and the sick. Bawa, shabu. Oh, may dosage ng shabu na binigay mo. Okay, ecstasy, binigay mo sa both healthy and sick yan. Okay, lethal, one that kills. Okay, minimum. So minimum is the smallest quantity or the amount that will produce the therapeutic effect without causing harm. Example, 1 tablet of Biogesic given to a patient who is suffering from headache. So, minimum dose yung isang tableta. Pag dinoble mo yan, it is already considered as a maximum dose, largest amount. So, usually, binibigay yan, guys, sa mga taong may migraine. Okay, laging sinasabi. Alright. So, ayan yan, no? So, pag minimum dose, dinoble mo yung dosage, 2 biogesic, hindi yung delikado. No? It is the largest amount that will cause no harm and at the same time produce the desired therapeutic effect. Okay? So, walang delikado dyan. Alright. Next, we have pathology and pharmacology. So, what are these terms? So, if we say pathology, it's a branch of medical science that deals with the dose or the dosage or quantity of drugs that can be administered to a patient to get the desired pharmacological action. So usually, sino nagbibigay ng dosage or the quantity? The doctor, the medical doctor, di ba? So lalo sa pagdating sa antibiotics, nagko-compute pa yan sa edad, lalo ng mga bata. Ilang milligrams ba ang kaya ng bata? Ganon. No? So we call that as posology. How about pharmacology? It is that branch of medicine that is concerned with the uses, effects, and modes of action of drugs. Okay, so pwedeng doktor, pwedeng yung pharmacist. So, nangyayari yan eh. Pag halimbawa, may particular brand na binigay sa'yo ng doktor, tas wala. Sino magsasabi, pag tinanong mo, pwede bang may substitute yan? Yung kaparehas niya ng component. So, ang pharmacist ang magde-design yan. Okay, so we call that as pharmacology. Pharmacology if we are referring to the uses, effects, and modes of actions of drugs. Para saan itong drug na to? So that's pharmacology. All right, how about the entrance and elimination of poison? So how do poisons enter the body? So through the mouth and are absorbed through the stomach and intestinal walls, through the nose, and enter the blood from the upper respiratory passages or lungs, skin. Okay, pag natapunan tayo ng muriatic acid, so that's through the skin. Eyes, example, tear gas. Okay, pag na-tear gas, ano ang first aid niyan? Hugasan mo yung mata mo ng ng tubig na malinis. And then vagina, so yung mga nag-abort ng fetus, so sa vagina, pinapadaan yung mga abortive pill. Huwag yung gawin na through hypodermic injection and intravenous. So hypodermic is through the skin, tulad ng bites ng animals, ganyan. Tapos intravenous is through the veins. So ang pinakadelikado sa lahat is the intravenous. So next yung gas. Okay? Now, how are they being eliminated from the body? So poisons can be eliminated through emesis. So mamaya, tingnan natin kung anong definition ng emesis. Respiration, urine, feces, milk, saliva, sweat, and tears. So tulad nun sabi nyo kanina, ma'am, yung muriatic acid, ano pwedeng pang dyan? Pwede pang first aid. Yan nga, milk is number 1. Milk, asukal, sugar. Yan. So meanwhile, the elimination of poisons can be also done with the administration of antidotes. So what are antidotes? Pangontra antidotes. So these are substances used to counteract or neutralize the effect of poisons. And there are different kinds of antidotes. We have mechanical or physical antidote. So this is an agent that removes the poison without changing it. So examples, we have emetics. So emesis, the process of emesis is the process of vomiting. So emetics are substances that induce vomiting. Pagka halimbawa, yun nga, nakainom ng Clorox, bibigyan mo ng asukal yan. O kaya, ayun, will that person vomit? Susuka ba yan? Example ng mechanical antidote is we have yung stomach pump or stomach tube. Yan. So this will allow the patient to vomit. Then we have cathartics. Catheter yan ang tawag dyan. So these are agents that produce intestinal evacuation. So ang catheter parang rubber yan eh. No? So ipapasok sa bunganga. So siyempre what will happen? Babaliktad ang sikmura mo dyan, tapos susuka ka din. So it will cause intestine, lalabas mo lahat yung laman ng intestines mo dyan. Okay, tapos, let's see your chat box. Paano po i-take yung asukal, ma'am? With water po ba? Oo, konting tubig. Kainin or pwede kainin yung asukal. Pwede lang din. Okay, bumubula ang bibig. Alright. So precipitants, ang example ng precipitants is yung raw egg, yung hilaw na itlog, no? Ipapakain doon sa victim ng poisoning. So what will happen? Mamumuo kasi, di ba mainit yung loob natin, no? So what will happen? Magko-coagulate o kaya mamumuo yan because of the egg white. Okay, so magpe-precipitate, magsasolidify yung poison doon, sasama doon sa egg. Yun, tas eventually it will come out from the feces, sa pupo. Okay, starch solution, yung gawgaw, no? Tutunawin yung gawgaw sa tubig, tas papainom. That's what we call precipitants. So, what will happen? Maluluto ulit yung gawgaw sa loob ng tiyan. Ayun, mamumuo yung poison, sasama doon sa starch. So, these are some examples of mechanical antidotes or physical antidotes. Next, we have chemical antidote. So chemical antidote is a substance that makes the poison harmless by chemically altering it. Example, caffeine given to morphine overdose. Oh, wag na yan. Black coffee given to a drunk person. Tama? Ano ba ginagawa sa tao na lasing na lasing? Okay, bibigyan mo ng black coffee. Laban lang para sa license. So, naman, kaya yan. Konti na lang. Then we have physiological antidote. So, an example ng chemical antidote is caffeine na binigay mo sa lasing na tao. Medyo, medyo maiis yung pagkalasing niya kasi alter nung coffee yung effect ng alcohol. Then physiological antidote, so sometimes known as antagonist. Example, it is an agent that acts upon the system so as to counteract the effect of the poison. So kukontrahin yung effect ng poison. Examples of physiological antidotes are atropine and physostigmine. So ano to mga to? Mga drugs din ito guys, no? They're usually used for mushroom poisoning. Yan ang binibigay sa mga taong na-poison na mushroom. Ayan. Natin yung mga chat box natin kung ano nandito. Bigyan daw ng polvo. Paglasing. Ano ba yan? Nilalagyan ng polvo. Hindi. So, hindi yan chemical antidote, mechanical, physical antidote yun. In-apply mo lang sa mukha ng tao. Alright, next. We have, now, general treatment of poisoning. So, as soon as the physician has found out that the cause of what do you call this? As soon as the physician found out that the patient was poisoned, ayun, so these are the general treatment that he has to do. So these are the steps. 1, removal of the poison from the stomach. So kailangan matanggal mo na yan with the administration of some physical antidotes. Okay? So, paiinumin mo ng starch solution. What else? We have sugar. Yung iba nga, nagbibigay pa ng saline, saline solution. Lalo yung maligamgam na tubig na may asin. Pwede yun. No? Depende sa klase ng poison. Then, after na nag-evacuate or nag-vomit na yung tao, bibigyan mo pa ng iba pang antidote yan. Sa administration of antidote. So, after that, na elimination of the poison by excretion. So this is done by infusion of some liquid. So we have sugar solution, we have saline, o kaya alkaline solution. Ano mangyayari? Expect mo dyan, pag punong-puno ng tubig ang tiyan ng victim natin, what will happen? Iihi yan, o kaya magpe-perspire yan through the saliva, sweat, ganyan. No? So he will be going to eliminate the poison by excretion. I-excrete niya lahat yan, urine, perspiration, sweat, tears, yan. Then, after that, so nag-vomit na yung victim, nabigyan mo na ng antidote, umihi na yan, ganyan. So, the next is stimulation and other symptomatic effects. So, nanghina yung pasyente mo, nahilo, so you have to revive the patient. No, paamoy na ammonia, o if that person is suffering from a severe headache, bibigyan mo ng pain reliever, morphine, o kaya analgesic, ganyan. Kasi doktor naman ang magdi-deal na dyan eh. O kaya any other pain reliever. Then special treatment. So yung mga special treatment, these are poisons, no, that enter the body, or those poisons that are usually applied into the body. Halimbawa, nasabuyan ka ng asido, ano ang pangontra dyan? Yun nga, magnesium hydroxide para ma-neutralize. O kaya a lot of water. You have to wash that part with a lot of water. Okay? Pag natapunan naman ng liquid sosa, ang ipampipiga mo dun sa natapunan na part ng katawan mo is the citrus fruits. No? So, acid ang ilagay mo para ma-neutralize yung liquid sosa. Kasi ang liquid sosa, corrosive substance yan, which is a basic or alkaline in nature. So, mga kalapnos din kasi yun. So, pigaan mo ng kalamansi para mag-neutralize. Okay. Now, how about to prevent, let's say nakagat ka ng aso, then, ano yung first aid nun? So, wash it with soap and water. And then to prevent the immediate spread of, let's say, yung rabies, kung may rabies man yan, is you have to apply a tourniquet. So, ano yung tourniquet? That is a restricting band, which is tied above the wound. So, bawa nakagat sa binte, so talian mo above the binte para hindi agad-agad kumalat yung poison. Okay? Paano? Ang problema, kung nakagat sa balikat, ano yung tatalian natin? Pag nakagat sa balikat, ano tatalian natin? Leeg. Alright, so diretso na sa hospital yan. Pagka nakagat sa balikat. No? Delikado na yun. Malapit sa brain yun eh. Okay, so those are the special treatment. Alright, so meron pa ba? Okay, think. Alright, so we have the methods of examination of poison. So first thing that the chemist will do is to isolate the poison from the specimen. So isolation is the process of isolating and reducing the poison into its pure form through distillation with or without current of steam. So kailan ginagamit yung distillation? So distillation is the process or the method which is used to isolate volatile poisons. So tulad ng alcohol, no? So one case is whenever let's say, kaso yan, no? Accident, traffic accident, namatay, traffic, ano yan? Homicide, ano nga bang tawag doon? Reckless driving resulting to homicide. Yun, may kaso, ayaw magpa-areglo ng pamilya ng victims. Okay, nagkaroon ng kaso, and then the court, no, wish to determine the percent of alcohol present in the blood of that person. Bakit nangyari yung aksidente? Gaano kadami yung blood na nainom nung alak na nainom nung driver. So, i-order ngayon ng court, no, for the extraction of blood from that suspect. And then, ano unang gagawin ng chemist diyan? To isolate first or to separate first the alcohol content of the blood sample. So is it possible? Yes, through the process of distillation. So iwalay niya muna yung alcohol. Then after that, no, saka pa lang gagawin yung examinations. Now, how about the solvent extraction and chromatographic examinations? So these are the methods which are used in the isolation of volatile poisons. Yung mga stable na poisons like nicotine, mga ganyan. We have cannabinoids from marijuana. Yan, mga stable na compound yan, and then they can be extracted through solvent extraction and chromatographic examination. Tulad ng mga drugs, they can be, the components of drugs, guys, can be separated using chromatographic examination. Okay, pwedeng paper chromatography yan. Kayang-kayang ano yan, chromatographic, gas chromatography method, kayang-kayang ihiwalay yung mga components ng drugs. Even yung mga both regulated and dangerous drugs, kayang i-separate yung mga bawat component yan using the chromatographic examination. Okay. Then after the isolation, the next step that the chemist will do is to identify. So that's the identification, which is done to identify the poisons by screening and performing the different tests. So what are those tests? We have preliminary, so this includes flame test and microscopic examination. So example, we have this metallic poison. So one preliminary examination which is conducted here is the flame test. Kasi ang metal, pag sinunog yan, direct flame, no? Iba-iba yung color reaction yan. Pero preliminary pa rin. Then after nag-positive sa preliminary or sa microscopic, the next is to confirm the result of that preliminary. So we have the confirmatory test, which is to establish the presence of poisons and modern instrumental methods such as gas chromatography tests. Okay, so this concludes our topic, guys. Pwedeng magbukas ng camera. Ay, ako rin pala. Magbubukas ako ng camera. Kaya niyo buksan yung camera niyo? Yun. So, good luck. I hope may natutunan kahit papaano sa akin. And then, permission to break. Hindi na. Hindi tayo mag-permission to break. Tapos na tayo. Okay na? Gutom na kayo? Pwede naman kayo kumain kahit ano. Alright, so hanggang 11 lang. Tapos na tayo. Past 11 lang. So, bakit ayaw nyo mag-open ng camera nyo? Mga, ano na? Mga pagod na? Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you also for patiently listening. I hope may final coaching pa naman tayo. Mabalat si Tawis. Alright, so thank you for patiently listening. I hope may mareratain sa inyo for the board exam. It will help you. So thank you sa lahat. Good night! Bye-bye sa lahat. Makita-kita tayo sa final coaching. May final coaching pa tayo. Okay? Alright, bye-bye! God bless. So God bless kayong lahat talaga. Good luck sa board exam. Saka na kayo mag-question pagka final coaching na tayo. Nationwide to bunso. Pero Cagayan, Palawan. Active 1 hour ago ay. Solo. Shout out to Igaraw. Batanes. Si INGCAD. Recording ba ito? Tapos na kami.